Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out. All right, good evening, folks. I'm going to give things a few minutes for people to come in because I just realized that my, I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but the time listed, I set my time for 11 p.m. and it said it was still another 7 hours on my web browser. And on my TV, it said like it was starting in 60 seconds, but it said that it was at 9 o'clock p.m. So it's like two different times. My TV thinks it's one time, my browser thinks it's another time. So I don't know what YouTube's telling y'all. So I'm gonna give it a few minutes here for people to jump in. Make sure you say, hey, how's it going, Ruptured Duck? Hey, when you got the notification, what time did it tell you that this was starting? And what time zone are you in? Hey, Amy. Amy, what time did your notification tell you that I was starting this? Did I have the right time, or did you just get notified that I just went live? Because I'm getting two different times between my browser and my television, yet they're both set on local time. Just trying to figure out, because YouTube used to have a place for me to set like central time, whatever, and then it always gave me the correct time for when it was going to start. That's not here anymore in this new interface to have. Hey, Edmund. Anyway, I don't know what the deal is. Eastern and just went live, so you don't have the bell icon checked so that you get notified, because it would have told you what time it was going to start, because I listed it like hours ago. No? Okay. Anyway, yeah, so I reviewed the show from last night and didn't realize that I had my my video set to hey, Ramona. My video, my image was over top of that Bigfoot, and I was telling y'all, oh yeah, look at his foot and all that, so I'm gonna have to redo that stuff. But I wasn't gonna do it tonight. I wanted to make sure we get this finish this seal interview or the seal conversation tonight and discuss. Does anyone else have anything else to discuss first before I get to start playing the rest of the seal conversation? Oh, so you did have the bell icon selected, but you didn't get a notification. That's interesting. YouTube's this new interface they have. I don't know. I don't like it. I think maybe the problem is it's not really friendly to people who use their own streaming software. I think they're trying to force people to use their webcam, like their integrated version, because there seems to be more features and stuff if I go that route. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's kind of ridiculous. There's no place. I checked my settings. There's no place for me to set what time zone I'm in, and I think somehow that's gotten screwed up. So, okay. Does anybody have anything else they want to bring up before I start the rest of the seal conversation? For those of you tuning in, this is basically going to be like a hangout, or a town hall is what I've been calling them. I think, did I put that in there? No, I didn't. I called it as, this is an all-nighter. They can watch you better. I don't know how else they're going to watch me. I'm using the same camera they'd be able to use, so I don't know what a difference it would make. Unless you mean the video quality is better. I made some changes to my video quality. Does my video look all right to you guys? Speaking of video quality. Does it look all right, or does it look too, I don't know, too much color or whatever? Well, I'm thinking it shouldn't have that turned on. Oh, they added a bunch of stuff in here. I didn't realize this. Holy smokes. My streaming software updated, and they've added a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't realize they added that they didn't used to have. So it looks all right. It doesn't look too like too blown out. I actually think it's the changes that they made to the software, because I tried to compensate and I think I overcompensated. Let's see what happens if I disconnect that. No, that didn't change anything. Thanks for Ramona. Let's see. To me on my TV, it looks like I'm just way too red. Like my saturation's too high. So crank that down a little bit. There we go. It looks better on my TV now. Do I look better now? It looks closer to right anyway. Actually, let me disable the setting I put in here. I just got done spending an hour redoing a LUT for my camera, because the old version of this streaming software had my it was always washed out, so I wanted to fix it. And evidently now they've got different settings in here. Let's see now, put this back to normal. See how that is now. It's kind of cool that they added this stuff. It used to always irritate the hell out of me that it wasn't there. All right, how does it look now? So I reversed that, disabled the LUT, and then I just made the new changes that they have in here. Directly, it should be directly changing the camera. On my TV, it looks all right now. Maybe just a tad more saturation. All right, Edmund, is it bright enough for you now? They do have it darkened down a little bit. Let's see here. Yeah, I've been actually, I saw one. I saw one looking in the window at me when I was 13. That's what got me into Bigfoot. It was about 5 feet away staring at me. We stared at each other for, I don't know. Well, I stared at him. He didn't know I was looking at him at first. I stared at him for like 30 seconds to a minute. And then when he looked at me, I realized it was an animal. It wasn't a person. I was trying to figure out who it was. I thought one of my relatives had a mask on. And I was just about to yell at him when it looked at me. And I said, "Oh, that's not a person." All right, so image looks good. I like the new settings they put in here, actually. I just didn't see them until after I'd already gone through all of that. And I ended up messing it up instead of fixing it. I need to get rid of all this crap that's on my screen. Let's see. There we go. That's better. So good to go now. All right. Is everybody, Amy, you told me to wait a minute. Are you done? There's too much delay there. I need to read it over here. No, well, not people as in humans, Edmund. I think that they're another human, another sapien, whatever the hominin, whatever they're calling it. So it's not smoking. And trust me, I've cut way back. Helped me quit smoking 3 packs a day, so I'm all right with it. I don't think it's like Neanderthal, but I think it's another species of human. So when you say person, I think of like modern humans. I don't think that they're people in that respect, but I think that they are a more primitive, like a caveman, basically. That's my opinion. They're more along the lines of what we were like when we were cavemen. Why did my screen just go black? Is this way behind again? Yes, it is. That is crazy. Why does it keep doing that? There we go. Yeah, I think it's like we were when we were cavemen, basically. That's all I think. All right, everybody, this is going to be like, this is basically for, I'm doing this because everybody's stuck in their house. And this is, it's a Saturday night. Those, obviously, if you're not going out tonight, you got nothing else to do. So I thought we'd have, I'm going to play the remainder of a conversation I had with a former Navy SEAL who talked to me just before he died about something that happened back in the 80s when he at his first duty station. Actually, it was like his first mission at his first duty station. Hi, Teresa. So we already listened to the lion's share of it. Actually, I think there's still almost 2 hours left. Let me see. About 2 hours, yeah. There's still about 2 hours left. So that's what we're doing tonight. And then if everybody's still awake and everything, we can go ahead and talk more stuff, I guess. So is everybody ready? Ready for me to continue this saga of the Navy SEAL? Okay, I'm going to take off my headphones. I'll be actually watching the chat on my television over here because it's easier for me to see. And so if I'm looking that way, I'm not watching TV. I'm actually listening to it with you and reading the chat on my TV screen. All right, folks, here we go. This is a Navy SEAL. Now, people have repeatedly, because I actually did a edited down version of this, and I was asked many times, oh, what's his name? Did you check his, I forget what the number is. There's a training number or training class number. You can check to see if they were actually in that class, etc. The guy who's talking, I never got his full name, but he does mention the full name of his friend who died. And it's coming up. He's going to talk about that. He's going to talk about that. He's going to talk about everything his friend went through. He's going to talk. You're going to hear the conversation we had about, you know, how he wanted me to make sure that everybody heard this after he's dead to honor his friend and all of that. So if you really want to check into it, you can get this guy's name. And he was at his first duty. He actually mentions in there when he went to basic, he went straight into SEAL training and went straight to a duty station, which some people think is not possible, but yes, it is. You can look it up on the Navy SEALs website, and you can look all you want. And if it turns out he's not, then sure, by all means, send me the proof. But as everybody who's listened to this so far, I think that most everybody thinks he sounds like he's recalling an actual event that he was involved in. So here we go.
It was getting hit, but so they went chasing. About 4 guys went chasing after the guy with the night vision glasses.
Okay, in case you didn't listen to the first part, what's happened here is that they just had actually, let me back it up. I'll back it up to this encounter, the beginning of this encounter, and that should catch everybody up. Anyone who didn't listen to last night won't feel so lost, but there was another Bigfoot shot before this happened. This was when a second Bigfoot came into the picture. This was the female. They have already killed the male.
Yeah, we're not right up on top of each other, but we're with.
All right, here we go. Right now they're walking back to their campsite. Basically, they've set up some tents and stuff. It's like the end of the night. They've had this interaction with the first one. They killed it. A helicopter hauled it off, and now it's late. They're all heading back to camp.
Within 10, 15, 20 feet of each other, and we started headed back to HC. I guess we walked for about maybe a half an hour to 45 minutes, Rick, heading back to HC. It was just awfully eerie. I expected to be in the wilderness, hear coyotes, something, some kind of noise. It was just this uneerie, just very eerie ass quiet. It seemed to me when I recollect back on it, it's just the crunching of the leaves just like seemed like it echoed. You know what I mean? It was just so loud. It was almost like you were in a Twilight Zone type of feeling. So it's about 45 minutes, and it's quiet. It's just normal. To me, it's a normal routine. We're headed back to HC, and I have night vision on. So there's like 4 of us now at this point. I think 4 to 5 of us have night vision. So which is normal for us to do this. The people that got night vision. So Danny is 20 feet away from me. There's another guy in between me. So it's me. I'll go from the left and work to the right. So it's Danny, a guy, then me, then another guy, and then another guy, and we're walking pretty much. We're perpendicular of each other, and then the guys are following us. So we're walking. I said it's like about 45 minutes, maybe max. The guy to my right puts his hand up, puts the fist up, and we all stop. And he goes, "Shh." He goes, "You guys hear that?" I'm like, we're all looking at each other. I don't hear a damn thing. I didn't hear a damn thing. Next thing I know, Rick, I hear a loud scream. Human scream, not this creature scream. I turn to my left, okay, and this creature grabbed Danny. It had Danny. It picked him up so fucking fast. It grabbed him by his shoulder, had him by his shoulder on his right side, and it had his left arm, and it picked him up and smacked him across the tree. I didn't even shoot. I didn't even. I was so much in fucking shock that I could not believe what I was seeing through my night vision. It was like I was watching a television program, and then it's like time stood still for a second. It's just like it was like everything slow fucking motion, and then I could hear the gunfire from behind me. The guys lit this thing up. I mean, they lit it up, and it took off fucking running. It even after I could see the splats of blood from the contact from the bullets. I could see that it was red glowing. You could see the glow of the fire. And the tracer fire was even brighter, and it sort of blinded me, semi blinded me with it, where I had to readjust my eyes because the flash from the tracers was too bright. But I actually seen it hit the body of this creature.
And how big was this one?
This one's not as big as this one. This one's actually got tits. This one's not as big as it grabbed Danny like a rag doll, and and like I said, he smacked him against the tree, and I thought he was dead. But I remember, like I said, I'm just everything in slow fucking motion, and I remember, and I was looking at this fucking thing, and it was running towards the second guy that was next to me, which is like 10 feet away from me. And Danny was like 20, 25 yards max for me. So we were pretty tightly lined up. It was starting to come towards me, and I froze. I didn't even raise my fucking gun, Rick. I fucking froze. It's like time fucking. I remember the sound of the gunfire, and then my adrenaline was pumping so bad that I could hear the blood vessels pumping, like I could hear my heartbeat through my ears. That's how that's how fucking freaked I was. Yeah. So this thing, and I know they hit that thing at least 10 to 15 times. That fucking thing was hit, and it took off fucking running. Again, I couldn't fucking move. I couldn't move. Those guys, guy behind.
Were they in full auto?
Huh?
Were they shooting full auto?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. They lit this thing up. It looked like fucking fireworks. It looked like the fly in a traded area of maybe what 15, 20 yards. Yeah, oh yeah. Once the guy behind me, he saw that, I heard the oh shit come out of his mouth. He's like, oh shit. And then, they were hitting it. Somebody was hitting it. Yeah, it was getting hit. But so they went chasing. About 4 guys went chasing after the guy with the night vision glasses, the one guy that was behind me. I couldn't fucking move. I finally it took me a couple minutes. I got my fucking bearings together. My first instinct was to get to Danny. I went right to Danny. I didn't hear any more. There was no more gunfire after that. I do remember that, but I do remember I went to Danny and he wasn't dead. He wasn't dead. I was worried about him. So, I started basic CPR. He was coherent. He could talk.
Hey, Mary.
He's
Yeah, Bobby. A
paralyzed.
real costume is going to cost you more like 10 to 20,000. $1,000 ain't going to get it. If you want to spend $1,000, go down to the costume shop on the corner.
Shit. His legs were smashed up so fucking bad. I couldn't imagine that. If I never saw back look like, because I saw what this thing did to him against the tree, and it happened so fucking quick. When that thing smashed him against the tree, okay. Now he's got a rucksack on. But I watched when that thing picked him up, Rick, and with such force and ferocity, that I watched his back hit the tree and his legs wrap around the back of the tree. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty intense.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. It looked like a tree. Like if you were to if a tree could run and hit you, that's what it would look like. It would go like a car. That's basically what it looked like to me.
Like a cloth doll rather than somebody with bones.
But when it smashed Danny across that fucking right, okay, it was actually getting ready. It was swinging, and it swung him. So it swung him to the left into the tree, and then full momentum all the way back. It slung him all the way to the right, and Danny landed. Danny flew. He flew a good. I'm going to say a good, maybe 15 to 20 fucking feet. That's how far it to the opposite side.
You say 50 feet?
No, not 50. But no, it was about a good 10 to 15, maybe 20 feet. They threw him. So it takes him, smashed him against the tree to the left, and in the same motion, when he was coming back, body, he threw him to the right. Now, thank God.
Is that one-handed when it threw him off to the 15 feet, was that one?
How'd you know that? Wait, how'd you know that?
I'm just asking, because, and how much did Danny weigh?
Danny's my size. Danny was like, Danny's 6'1", and I guess at that time he was probably weighing about 185, 190.
So
Hey, Dave.
185, 190, one-handed. That's some serious strength.
Yeah, but how'd you know it was one-handed?
I didn't. I was just asking if it was, because I wanted to know the strength ratio.
No, it was. Yeah, that's ironic that you asked that, because it was one-handed, very one-handed. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that a man could throw 30 pounds 15 feet one-handed like that.
You sure about that?
Well, I do bicep curls with a 40-pound dumbbell. I don't think I could throw it 15 feet.
No, I can't either. I know. There's no way. There's no way.
So 180, that's a serious strength ratio.
Yeah, and that's not including all the equipment. So you add another, you figure he's got another, what, maybe 15, 20, 25 pounds more of gear on?
Yeah, that's a huge strength ratio compared to humans. That's about 10 to 1, I would say, maybe.
Compared to us, I think it's more. It's just the velocity of how fast it happened.
I mean, did it seem like, even though it only threw him 15 feet, like it could have thrown him farther, that it was that effortless?
Can you give me a second on that, Rick? I got to replay this. Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're at least 10 times stronger than a human.
But it was just so fucking fast.
And that's a female. That's a smaller, weaker version. I mean, that's just incredible.
Yeah, and Danny's the only one that I actually, I kept up with. The remainder of his life was, he was in Navy, or he was in hospitals. He passed away about, I guess he died maybe 9 years after that incident, and I still talk to his wife. I still talk to his kids, but I can't tell them this. I can't tell them what happened to their father. I can't, because if I told, I don't trust his wife enough that, she still has a lot of resentment. The fact that, all the bullshit that she's going through, that if I told her exactly what the fuck happened to her husband, she would go after them, and then shit would trail back to me, would know that I was the one that spilled the beans on that. And I just can't do it. I can't do it. I won't. I'll talk to her, but I tell her about, we could talk about Danny's remembrance of Danny, but I will not discuss the incident. I just can't do it, Rick. I can't. I got a family to protect too, and I can't do it. And I feel fucking shitty about that too.
Well, would you I mean, after your condition gets the better of you, I mean, would you want her to hear this, to know what happened to her husband?
Yeah. After that, they can't do shit to me.
Well,
They can't do shit to me.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you, let somebody know to inform me. If it does get the better of you, and I will.
You would do that for me?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and in honor of you and Danny, I'll put the episode up on YouTube, and you can just have somebody tell her that if she wants to know what really happened, to listen to the show, or give me her contact. Either way.
All right. Well, you know what? I feel comfortable. If I mean, I don't know you, but I don't know. I just gotta. I don't know. There's something about you, man. And I noticed it last night when you made that message, man, and I felt like a real fucking heel. And it was actually just a reaction. It wasn't. It was just a reaction. It was having. I was listening to your podcast and I really enjoyed it. And I became what the government's been doing for the last fucking 200 years or 100 years or however they've known about this shit. I became them.
What are you talking about? Did you get shitty with me or something?
In the way, what no, Rick. I tried to discredit your shit last night by making that fucking remark, and I was acting like the fucking cover up with these people. And
oh, what remark? I don't remember what you're talking about. I get so many.
I made a fucking remark. This is I made it one bullshit. You know what I mean? And it's not. And
Are you the one I said don't let the doorknob hit you in the ass or something like that?
I'm not sure if she's ever listened to the show.
Close to that. Or
hi, Franny.
You were actually polite. But it made me feel like an asshole.
Oh, you're the one who listened to 25 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. There was another guy just before you that I said don't let the doorknob hit you in the ass, and I didn't know if that was you or the other one. But no, that's fine.
Right.
I get it all the time.
But I sat and thought here, and I was having backflash. I just became what I've been so pissed off about for 30 fucking years. If that makes any sense.
Well, I mean, in honor of you and Danny, man, I mean, just let me know, or have somebody let me know or whatever, and put me in touch with her, and I'll make sure that she hears what really happened.
All right. Her name is Cheryl Hika, Hika. Cher? I think that's Cher. It's however you spell Cheryl. Or Cherl. All right, so getting back to this, okay?
Well, are you going to have her contact or have somebody tell her about the show or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna write her. I'm gonna either have a letter that she'll get after I'm gone, or I'll be honest with you. My circle is very short. I really just don't trust a lot of people, man. So I can't trust somebody that won't read that. Do you understand what I'm saying, Rick?
Yeah, well, just put it in like your last will, and the lawyer will make sure she gets it, or whoever's the executor. That's the way that usually goes. And just have them notify me, and I'll make it public.
All right. So we get this thing's on the fucking ground. Another one's on the ground. Now I do remember this thing.
Okay, so his friend's name would be Danny Hika.
It was a lot darker.
For those of you who want to try to look him up.
This one was black. It actually reminded me of had ebony, and it didn't have a two-tone to it. It was yeah, it's weird. I remember the butt on this one. This thing had a big ass on it. It did. It had a huge ass on it.
Well, let me ask you this. because this is going to be asked when this goes public. How you're looking through night vision, so everything's colored green. How did you know it was black?
I didn't know it was black until I got until I saw it on the ground. This is after we got Danny secured and
you killed
I
it.
didn't see I was with Danny for a good while. I was with him for it took almost 30 minutes for the helo to come in and pick him up. And then they had two search and rescue guys that came down on the ground with us. They came down on the ground and they actually came down on the ground and they secured Danny, they got him all taken care of and situated and got him the helo. I do remember distinctly one of the guys wanted to know like what the fuck happened and was asking questions, and I remember nobody said nothing. You know what I mean? We were all nobody said shit. And I remember Danny was in the cage and they were putting the straps on him, right? And the other guy was the other SAR guy was standing. He was starting to walk towards where we had dropped this female, and it wasn't lit up. There was no flashlights or nothing on it. He had a light on his head, like a headlight, like a miner's type of light. With a it was red, had the you know which one on hat, and the light on, got the medical cross on it.
Yeah, I know what kind of light you're talking about.
So he was I'm not saying he was doing it on purpose, but he was he was sort of inching his way. We were like, and if I was a betting man, I got a feeling that he got a glimpse around and head that way over that way. Saying starting to head that way, and I remember one of the guys cutting him off, and your business is over this way, But we try to get them in and out, especially in a situation like that. We try to get them in and out as quick as possible, and keep your eye on what you're doing here, and don't worry about what the fuck's going on over here, type of thing. Because we're still in shock. We're still not believing what the hell's going on. I remember, I had Danny saying, and they were attaching the Pelican onto the, we walked, I remember, 4 or 5 of us picked up the cage and helped and walked it over to a little bit of a clearing where the cable was coming down, where clear trees, and we were following the 2 SAR guys, and then they pulled him up. They were pulling him up, and I held on his hand. See him soon, and he just had that. He was so incoherent, call that or anything, but
Did he?
Then it was after that.
Did he die from complications because of what happened that night?
Yeah, he died of diabetes. He got diabetes. Slow death for him, man, and it's fucking sad, Rick. He started getting sores or scars or these really bad infections on one leg, and they amputated his right leg first, and then it went over to the left leg, and then they amputated that, and then it just started shutting down his organs one at a time, man. And he died a slow, miserable fucking death, man. I mean, I know he had no feeling from his just below the middle of his back and down. So I mean, I'm sure he didn't feel anything as far as his legs being amputated or nothing about that. It's just.
So when he was slammed against a tree, his pancreas was damaged, and that's what gave him the diabetes. It was.
I didn't get to see Danny. I didn't see Danny for almost maybe 6 months after that situation. They kept us so fucking sequestered. They were so fucking nervous about what the they it was a bad situation, man. They kept us I was sequestered, man. I was sequestered bad. The whole fucking group of us were sequestered, man. Guys lost their wives over that shit, and it really took a toll on their families. And there were guys that got out, because their service was up, their time was up. But some of the guys that were that were boot camps, and or just one or two two veterans, for a long time, man, they kept us sequestered. I know it sounds pretty shitty, but the best thing that ever happened to us at that time, the fucking Gulf War broke out. If it wasn't for that, man, I don't think we would ever have a life again. You know what I mean? That's sort
What do you mean by sequestered? How were you sequestered?
Oh man, we were under a fucking microscope, Rick. I mean,
Hey, crypto.
what's the best way to describe it? I remember, I remember my first couple days when I said, like I said, I've only been with this team for 3 days. But those 3 days prior to this situation up there, I had come and go on the base, poured in. I didn't have to give an itinerary or where I was going or what I was doing. I'd go to fucking McDonald's. I went to McDonald's. If I wanted to go see a movie, and I did. And I remember I even went to the local go-go bar that was close by. You know what I mean? I had free reign. I just came unless didn't have any duty. I had that free reign. But after the situation went down, my free reign, I was put on a tight fucking leash. I had to tell them where I was going, what my times were, and if I was allowed to go, they would send me. At that time, we had beepers. They would beep me. I had fucking 10 minutes to call the number that call back at that number to check in to make sure that I was at where I said I was going to be at. They kept a tight rein on all of us. I wasn't married. I didn't have a girlfriend, but there were guys that were married that were that had kids and shit. And they would like call them in for some stupid bullshit in the middle of the fucking night. You know what I mean? And then keep them held at the base for an hour or two, and it was for nothing. You know what I mean? It was just to keep a fucking eye on them, and it was. We became prisoners. I felt like a prisoner. At least for a good 2.5, maybe 3 years until the shit hit the fan in the Middle East. But I mean, we had some missions that we were on. It was we actually looked forward to shit to go out and just to get the fuck away from base. You know what I mean? But there was times that we were doing missions that sort of lollygagged on the shit to buy more time so we didn't have to go back to the base. You know what I mean? I just didn't like being the base became like a prison to me, man. I just didn't want to go back there anymore. You know what I mean? Anything I could do to keep us from, it's like we hoped shit hit the fan. You know what I mean? So we had a reason not to, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, did they make you sign non-disclosures?
No, they didn't have to sign anything like that, but but we were the subliminal fucking messaging, the lectures from the brass, like people wouldn't understand, and you know what I'm talking about. The fucking lay the guilt trip shit on you. You know what I mean?
Did they?
If you do.
Did they ever flat out order you not to tell anybody?
Yes.
And you had a secret clearance, right? A 5-year background investigation.
Yeah, I mean, I have I don't have a nuclear, but my clearance is pretty good. I mean, I now time to time, my clearances were pretty good. I thought were pretty decent.
Yeah, as I understand it, Special Forces had to have a Cat 2 clearance.
Um, I don't recall back in '88 it having a category. You know what I mean? I'll be honest with you, they really didn't.
Well, they don't tell you. They told me because I was in military intelligence and we had to learn all of that shit. Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, what all the clearances meant, what eyes only means, what all this other crap means. So when somebody just goes into an occupation where that's just normal part of it, that you don't actually deal with classifieds per se, but they just need to know that you're the kind of person that they can give an order to say, don't say nothing and you'll listen, then they just automatically do the background investigation and they give you the clearance. And it's usually a Cat 2 secret clearance.
You know what? I don't know to what degree my I like I said, I actually I was in and out of the Pentagon from time to time. Not I wasn't there. I wasn't on we weren't buddies. That's for damn sure. But I was in there to be. I was there for briefings, debriefings, and I did a lot of training around the Pentagon. Training is done at Quantico. We do a lot of training in Quantico, so.
Yeah. So as far as the female Bigfoot now, what happened? I mean, did you ever did she drop and y'all found her, or what happened?
Well, what's surprising about the female? Like, I saw this thing get. I saw the number of bullets. This thing took more bullets than the male did. This thing took more lead than the male did, and she went further. Well, see, I can't say that either because I don't know where the starting point for that male was. I don't know where the starting part is. I was only there for the end part, so yeah, I can't go by that. But I thought and I could be wrong. I mean, it's dark, it's green, it's bright green, and like I said, even to the point where the tracer fire was flashing. It was so bright on my night vision. It was like like somebody flashed a cube in your face. You know what I mean? Type of thing. But man, Rick, do I remember the fucking fierceness in her eyes, man? If her eyes could, the way it looked at me, man, and I'm not saying it was or just the group of us, and with just the fucking ferocity this thing had, it was just so fucking nasty. It was just like pure. To me, it was pure fucking. It was just a big ball of fucking evil. It was going. If these things were actually attacking real people and without a weapon, what a way to fucking go, Rick. Because I can't see these things being gentle if they're killing. It almost brings a tear to my eyes thinking, knowing what I saw as an adult. Imagine what a fucking little kid went through at that time when this thing or these things attacked it. You can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What a shitty way to go, dude. Wow. Man, I just remembered the fucking teeth and just the look that it's just the ferociousness, man. Them eyes just. I remember them eyes. This is like it went through me like a knife, man. It was wow, man. Wow. And it was just like something out of the damn Twilight Zone. There. I'm not a horror film type of guy. I laugh at that shit, man. But if a director could ever pinpoint some shit like that that she did, man, it would fucking freak probably more people than The Exorcist. It was just
So the teeth, what did the teeth look like? Human teeth, only bigger? Or did they look like a lion or what?
It had the canines. The canines were, I thought, were abnormally were normal for the mouth. I thought they were a lot bigger than, I'm thinking, when I'm thinking about it now, I'm like, how the fuck did it keep closed its mouth? Because I thought the canines were pretty big, but that's the only thing that really stuck out because I remember it roaring at us. I mean, yelling at us, screaming at us, and I can remember seeing them two fang, like, the two upper canines were a lot bigger than, the upper canines, and the lower canines were abnormally large, for a monkey type of thing. You know what I mean?
So they were larger than like a gorilla. Have you seen a gorilla's canines?
You know what? I would have to probably look at a picture of a gorilla without seeing the gorilla's teeth. I'm gonna go. Yeah, those canines were a lot bigger. Were a lot bigger.
So
Yeah.
did
I tell you another thing I thought was actually white as they were. You know what I mean? They were actually pretty damn clean for being a creature. They didn't have there was no yellow tint to them. I mean, they were pearly ass white. You know.
so you got a chance to see her up close after she was dead?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I remember, and about it now, plaque buildup or nothing on the teeth, man. I thought that was a little ironic. But yeah, they were white. I mean, they were white.
So describe the body to me.
The shoulders were not as wide as the male. It wasn't that wide on there. The way she was the way this one was laying on the ground, it looked like it because it got a pretty good distance away from where the actual first contact. I remember it was a good 150 yards away from where we first had contact, and the way she was laying on the ground, it's like it looked like after if you were running at a full speed and tripped. So she was on her right side. Her legs were sort of twisted a little funny. I don't know if she passed out, from lack of blood, because there was a shitload of blood. As a matter of fact, that's how they found her. I remember them commenting and said there was so much blood. It was easier they just followed the bloodline right to her. It looked like if you were running full speed and you had tripped, what you would look like if you landed. So her legs were twisted funny. She was also she wasn't on her stomach. She was laying on her right side. Head was facing left. And the arms were both, everything was extended to the left. And like I said, her right leg was going way to the right, and the left leg was way to the left. But it was bent. I remember that part. I remember it was bent, which is, yeah, it was, bent. But but this one had this, but the breasts on it were big. It looked like it reminded me of like an older woman with like maybe size Z boobs, but it's really weird. It looks like like the pectoral you can see the pectoral muscle, and then there's skin, and then there's boob, if that makes sense.
So the tits were hanging off of flaps of skin, but as if like if you attach tits to like a man with big pecs.
Yeah, they were like oblong, like a big U. You know what I mean? But if you were to draw a U on a piece of paper, the two sides of the U went up much higher than the U. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
Yeah, people
what's
have commented on the Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot that the breasts seem to be hanging lower than a human, and that would explain that. So y'all flipped it over on its back?
No, actually, you know what? No, we didn't have to, because we could see,
Well,
we didn't have to flip her. We didn't have to flip her over or anything like that, because she was already laying on her side, facing to the left. Everything she was facing, everything was to the left. Even her arms were. The only thing that was moved, that I remember being moved on her, is that all they had to do was grab her. They took the arm and took her left arm and just pulled it over behind, and just laid it behind her. You can see the face clear as everything. You can see the boobs. You can see everything.
Well, the reason I ask is human females are the only mammal that have labia majora. Gorillas, chimpanzees, they do not have that feature. It's a human-only feature. So I've been waiting for some.
Okay, folks. I wanted to real quick address this thing that Amy sent me. It's actually an article about an ex-Navy veteran. Well, not ex. He is a Navy veteran named Dan Hyka, who has a wife named Cheryl. Now, I thought that this guy said his wife's name was Sherl, like Sherl. And then one of you all said, what was it? Searl, Serl, or Searl? I don't know which one. I've heard of a girl's named Cheryl, like probably short for Shirley. I don't know. But anyway, I was reading this article, and it's really ironic because this guy's been whittled away. He's missing a leg and part of his, at least one hand. It looks like both hands are messed up, which he said the diabetes, the nerves, they amputated. I forget which one, if both legs or one leg, but the thing about this is this article came out about 4 months after this guy died. So as far as this article, he couldn't have read this article, that's obvious, because this article came out in August and he died somewhere January, February last year. Cheryl is this girl's name. Now, he could have got it wrong because he seems to get a lot of words wrong, because he says he did basic CPR instead of basic first aid. I don't know if the heart condition, if the blood thing is affecting his medication, or if he's just one of those like dumb plowboy types, because that's kind of how the guy comes off to me. But this guy here, actually, he's the right age, but he said he died in the 90s. He died, I think he only lasted 9 years, which means he would have died in 1997, 96, 97, somewhere around there. And I don't think he would have told me the guy was dead if he really wasn't dead. You know what I mean? Of course, if he was lying, he could have said anything if he's lying, right? But it could be a large coincidence, or maybe he really knows this guy and he was using him as a like some people say, the best lies are when the lies are partially true. Maybe, but I don't think he would have said he died from diabetes, because I asked him, did he die from complications from the Bigfoot, smashing him up against a tree? And he basically said, no, he died of diabetes. Now, if I was trying to embellish a story, I would have said, "Oh yeah." You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. There's a lot of places where he should have, if he was lying, embellished, and he didn't. You know, and so I get the impression he's not lying, and I've known guys in the Army, and as many people out there as want to say he doesn't talk the jargon. Well, I was in the Army for 6 years. Do I sound like I'm talking the jargon? I said a couple of things to him. I said freak instead of frequency. I said one other thing. I forget what the heck it was. But when I was listening back, I said, oh, I used it right there. But I never did. When I was in the Army, I didn't either. And I knew guys in Special Forces. I knew guys in Delta Force. I knew guys that were just like Rangers. They don't. There's only one guy I ever knew that talked like a movie. And that was actually one of my best friends in AIT, and he used to do it to be funny. You know, he didn't really do it all the time. He did it when he was trying to be funny. Military guys don't generally just walk around talking like what you see in a movie. I mean, maybe they do now because movies have made it so prevalent. But back then, no. We were just regular people, and to us, it was just a job. You know, we just did our job. It was like going to work every day. You know, we weren't in the middle of war. It was a whole different time. In any case, the coincidence, Annie's in Virginia in SEAL Team 4, which is the SEAL team he said they were in. I don't think they're they're either out of Virginia, or they're on the East Coast. Virginia or Maryland, something like that. But they're that very close to, well, I don't know. Virginia's a big state. I don't know where this guy really is. But could be. You know, I thought, well, maybe he is, and the breaking of this whatever, the pool accident was a cover story, but they said it only happened 7 years ago. But here's, you know, speaking of things that don't make sense, this guy is a paraplegic. It says here, paralyzed in a swimming pool accident 7 years ago, but he's missing like his right arm and his right leg. How in the hell was he diving into it? Because I think it said somewhere else in the article that he dove into the swimming pool. So he only lost these limbs, I guess, after he dove into the swimming pool, which I guess is possible if his nerves were damaged, you know, to the point where his circulation was affected along with the diabetes. Did it say he was a diabetic? I think it did. Or maybe I just added it in there because of the story. Anyway, the real the real way to find out is to find out if Danny Heike was in a SEAL team back in 1988. I've been seeing the chat scrolling out of my corner of my eye. I'm going to check it real quick. Did I say hi, Kara? Sorry, I meant to say hi to you. East of South England, huh? My family, well, you might not like me very much if I tell you that my family originated in Wales, but I'm reading the comments real quick. Hold on, people. Why did the Squatch mess with what family? Oh, you mean the family they were looking for? He never did find out. And I think I asked him here a little later on in the conversation, but he never did find out what the deal was with the family that they were supposedly looking for. He assumed it was just a cover story for them to go looking for this Bigfoot, because the Bigfoot went rogue and was killing people and eating them. That's at least I actually, part of that might have been me saying that, but yeah, I kind of wondered if it could have damaged his pancreas. I mean, he was smacked back first into a tree and basically bent in half around the tree. And I can imagine that mess you up big time, all kinds of ways. Kara, this is actually a conversation I had with a former Navy SEAL. At least he represents himself as a former Navy SEAL. And in the whole conversation, I never really felt like he was lying to me. It's 5 hours long. So we're actually in the last hour. Yesterday's show was the first 2 hours, whatever. So, yeah, you missed more than an hour. You missed an hour of this show, I think. Yeah, I started it about an hour ago. All right, so I'm going to restart the. Finish this off. How much we got left here? Looks like about an hour and 10 minutes left to this. It wasn't really an interview, it was a conversation I had with this guy. It was like a pre-interview before I actually interviewed him on the show, and then it turned out I didn't interview him on the show. I just used this conversation, which I had recorded, for notes. So here we go.
Somebody who's been able to see a female Bigfoot and tell me whether or not they actually have labia majora. Does their junk look exactly like a human or not?
No.
And you've seen it?
Yeah, yeah. I know we're sick, but yeah, I do recall that. It more reminded me. It more looked like a sheep. I think that's the best way I could describe it. It was more like a very, very hairy ass sheep.
What do you mean by that? I've not looked at a sheep. Like they just had inner lips but not outer lips? Or was it just a hole?
No, you could see it. No, there was. You could tell it. You could tell it was vagina. It was.
Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't go down and we weren't we didn't play with it or anything like that. It's, we were somebody had flashed the light on it. You know what I mean? That's.
So you're saying that you could literally.
Somebody actually made a comment like, "I really need to do that. You can't see the big tits," but
So you could literally see the vagina itself. It wasn't covered like a human female.
Maybe it's the way she was situated, because the way she was laying that we could. I mean, it was a lot of fur there, but it was you could still make an outline of you could tell that it was there. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
it was actually it actually was it was sort of caked in that area, like it looked oily, like caked, like hair, like you could tell it. If I didn't know any better, it looked like it probably pissed and walked. You know what I mean, type of thing. If you can understand, if like greasy, it was very greasy. It was weird. Yeah.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but then again, I don't know. It's not uncommon that when you kill something, that it relieves it loses its bladder control too. So that could have been the reason why there was so much moisture in that area too. She might have peed herself too. She might have her bladder might have let go too. Yeah.
Or maybe the violence got her revved up.
Yeah, that too. I doubt it. Because like I said, I remember that fucking face. I will never forget that face. That ferocity, that face. If that's their idea of fucking horny, that's scary. But
Well, there have been supposedly at least one report that I know of a female Bigfoot kidnapping a human male, a grown man, and forcing him to service her. Now you're saying that there's no way that they don't look at all, like if you imagined a human female laying in that position, it wouldn't look the same.
no.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the situation on that, Rick. I have a hard time believing that something like that. I can't see these things doing that. I just can't. Yeah, maybe I could be just wrong, man. I didn't see the ferocity. I didn't see the I didn't see the male. I saw the male after the fucking fact. I just knew what I saw with this fucking female. I can't see it, and maybe they're. I mean, do these things, are they sociable, or what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, are they all the fucking same? I mean, do they have different attitudes? Some cool and some not, or I don't know. I just don't fucking know. I'm just telling you from what I saw. You saw what the fuck this thing did to Danny, and I remember that fucking face this thing had. It was nothing but pure fucking anger. I have a hard time believing that one of these things would make some guy eat her pussy. I don't know, man.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about oral sex, but no, I actually just read or heard a report earlier tonight of a Bigfoot that saved a little boy's life from a bull that was attacking him.
From a what that was attacking him?
A bull. A bull broke loose from its pen and attacked a 5-year-old boy, and the Bigfoot came out of the forest and killed the bull. They've been known to help kids go back to camp when they get lost in the woods and stuff like that. They vary. They appear to have a social attitude similar to humans. Like some humans will kill you as soon as look at you, and some are very nice. The Bigfoots evidently have a similar temperament.
Yeah, I saw nothing from this female that would give me a fucking inkling that this thing had any.
Yeah, well, it's my theory.
But then again, we might have killed its mate too. You know what? It tracked us for a good fucking while, and it snuck up on us. You know what? This is the whole point that we're fucking missing. Okay. One, we killed possibly its fucking mate because it was in close proximity of that male. Okay, all right. It didn't attack us. It didn't attack us when we were that whole fucking time that we were with that male. Okay, let's think about that. All right. We didn't hear a tree snap. We didn't hear shit. It was dead fucking silence. I didn't hear nothing. We didn't smell nothing. We didn't hear nothing. We didn't see nothing. Okay. We walked for 30 minutes, so it was 40 minutes away from that area before we were attacked. So either we walked up on this thing or this thing tracked that whole without making a fucking sound. And I'm sorry, as big as this thing is, how the fuck that thing would be able to walk through the woods without us hearing it? I don't, that alone is giving me goosebumps again, man.
Well, they've been known. They have a history of, you can come up on one that's completely supposedly nice, gentle, docile, and if you shoot at it, they become furious and they will rip you limb from limb and kill you. So it does have a lot to do with their encounter with you. Some of them are mean right off the bat, some of them aren't, some of them have to be antagonized. It's just like people, it just depends on the situation.
Yeah, well, this is okay. I haven't even got to the fucking kicker. Okay, so you were asking questions. Okay, all right. Here's the fucking kicker. This thing had a fucking a radio collar on its fucking ankle. This was the one that he was fucking tracking. Okay, so this is where the guy fucking failed. Okay, all right. By this point, I guess this damn thing's battery operated. Well, he has no. He wasn't tracking. He had this shit all folded up. He had that gear packed away. He wasn't tracking this fucking thing as we were going back to HC.
Well, that was pretty ignorant.
He could. Now he claims that the fucking battery that he had no power to the equipment.
Well, I suppose that's possible if he was using it all day. I mean, batteries do die.
So it had this. It looked like it was a metal. It was like a steel band. Okay, with four box type of. It looked like 4 boxes that were attached to a metal. If I remember correctly, I think that metal it looked like a big ass metal collar that was. Okay. It was 3.5, maybe 4 inches wide. And it had 4 boxes on it. Thick, like boxes. I don't know what the fuck was. I don't know if that the tracking part of it. Because there was, which.
Well, were the boxes like the size of a cigarette pack, or were they bigger?
Yeah, how'd you know that?
Just guessing.
Nah, come on, Rick. Really, how'd you know that? That's exactly what they look like. That's a perfect analogy. They look like cigarette on but there was 4 of them.
That's just what I would think would be a logical design for something like that. That's all.
Yeah, I had never seen anything like that before. So that goes to So of course, my question is one, who the fuck put the collar on her? Okay. And of course, this guy's not answering any fucking questions at this point. We're ready to kill this son of a bitch. I won't be honest. I'm surprised that guy made it out of the fucking woods. To be honest with you, I mean, I found this out. I found this out. Later. But those guys actually were contemplating about putting a fucking bullet in that and leaving him out there and said, "Fuck, Sasquatch got his ass." But yeah. Yeah, both of them.
So this tracking collar, did it appear like it had been there for a long time, like hair had grown around it and maybe even skin, like it was depressed into the leg itself? You know how when an animal has something wrapped around it, the skin will actually grow around it?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, not like that. How you could tell it was been there for a while, you could tell by the had that'll look. You could tell that they were probably trying to walk through water to try to get the damn thing off. You know what I mean? It had a little bit of rust and shit on it. It looked like it had been painted like a military green, and you can see where it had been scratched up and dented, and the paint was peeling off of it, and it looked pretty old.
All right, did you say it was OD green?
Yes. Yep.
Well, that's an interesting choice of color.
How so? I mean, it looked like military-ish type of shit. You know what I mean?
Well, that's exactly. That's exactly what I mean. It's OD green. That's Army. Army, Marine. That's military.
Yeah, it was Army green.
So but
It,
what I'm saying is that's not like a civilian choice. I mean, a civilian scientist would probably have chosen a color that matched the fur color, or maybe a gray, or some other color than an OD green.
but see, that's not the first question that came to my mind. The first thing that came to my fucking mind, it didn't look like it was like I said, it looked like the 4 cigarette packs on a big band of metal wrapped around her left leg. But the thing about it is I'm thinking, I just saw her pick up my best friend and smash him against a fucking tree with ease, and you're telling me that she couldn't pull this thing off of her leg?
Well, probably not without breaking her ankle. I mean, it's steel. There are limits. I know they can rip doors off of cars, but still, depending on how thick that steel is, she would have had to break her leg.
Yeah, it was pretty hefty. It was pretty heavy. Something from if I had to guess, it looked like something that that would have been made maybe in the 60s, maybe 70s.
You mean like?
It had that old military look. If that makes any sense, you could tell it had been on there.
Like old shackles?
Yes. Yep. That's a perfect analogy. Yep. It's been on there for a fucking while.
But I mean, as far as the thickness of the steel, it was like those old shackles you see in the movies that are really, really big and thick.
It looked like an old slave ship. That's the best analogy I could. It looked like the slaves and shackles.
So it's feasible to think that she would not have been able to bust it off without breaking her ankle.
Yeah, but I think with it, I guess unless I couldn't see the inside. It wasn't removed in my presence, so I really I would love to, I would love to see what that thing looked like off. You know what I mean?
Well, I know if I was going to design something like that, there wouldn't be a locking mechanism. It would have been welded, so it was one solid piece of steel. Because
it was one piece of solid. It was one. I didn't see anywhere where you didn't see a beginning or ending. If you understand what I'm saying. I didn't see where there would be where two ends were come together that are fastened. I didn't see anything.
So it was welded together. And the thing about that is that if she'd have tried to break that off, not only would she have fucked up her ankle, which would impede her ability to move anymore, it potentially could have severed her Achilles tendon, which again she would be a cripple.
Which would have killed her.
Being a cripple, yeah, she would have had a hard time surviving. Yeah. But I mean, that wouldn't have killed her. It just would have hobbled her. She wouldn't have been able to walk anymore.
But okay, but the whole moral of this thing is what I'm trying to government fucking knows about these things. They're tracking them. They know where they live. Things are on a fucking regular basis. If these things are killing women, killing children, killing just human beings, they know about this. These fucking missing persons and they know. I can't say they know where everyone. The male didn't have a tribe, but this particular female did. And the fact that I have two civilian type, two nerdy fucking, these two guys. In my whole 14 years, I never, I work with civilians, but I'm not in the field. never in the field. Even the Gulf War, I didn't work with civilians in the field.
Oh, I did.
I didn't. So I didn't. I mean, we had advisors, and we, I worked with. I intelligence HC. They were never out in the field. We debriefed them. They briefed us. We debriefed them. And we Snoopy teamed for them as well too. We brought back an intelligence for them as well. But they were never out in the fucking field with us.
Yeah, I actually.
These two yum yums are really. And they basically took us out. We basically play God. Is basically the way I look at it. We were basically used.
Yeah, you were security. You were security for them to hunt down this rogue Sasquatch.
Well,
I think that the government is going after what we're calling rogue Sasquatch, and that's the ones that are killing and eating people. I don't think they all are, but I think some of them do. And I've done a show about this if you want to look back and look that up. But I think that the government sends special forces in to kill rogue Sasquatch to minimize their liability for the deaths.
But and I've met many, and I've known many of different special forces guys. Okay, not even from my branch, but from other. Okay, and I've only ran across one other person that was on a hunt for these same damn creatures, but never encountered them.
Oh, so you went after them, but they never actually succeeded?
They didn't succeed. And I'll tell you with that branch that was a fucking airborne. That was Rangers. They took the Army Rangers in there. That was Army. This guy was an Army Ranger.
Oh, wait a minute. You weren't Army Special Forces?
No. I was with Team 4 out of Little Creek.
You were what?
Team 4 at Little Creek.
Ah, SEAL, okay. A squid. A seaman.
Yep. Now, I never ever since from 88 on. I went in the middle in 86. When I graduated Buds, it was, like I said, graduated Buds, 2 weeks, and I was stationed. I was sent to Little Creek. I was actually, so I remember it because I remember being pissed off that I wanted to get away from Maryland, and they sent me the next state over. And I wanted to go to California or go somewhere nicer than fucking Little Creek, Virginia. But,
Hawaii, maybe.
Well, it's because it was, and they put you where they need people. I guess people retired there and out there. Me and Danny were actually, I think it was like 4 that had left out within the 6-month period before we got there. But
well, if you were SEAL, then you probably had a little bit higher clearance than a Cat 2 secret. That's what they usually give like Rangers.
Again, Rick, I don't know. I never, I never. The only thing I recollect of security clearances is I paperwork thrown in my face and they tell you to sign this, date it, and all that. But other than that, you get yeah. See, even when I was in the Pentagon, I never had any. I got a visitor's pass when I came in there, but I wasn't. All I had to do would show my military ID, and I had, I was going in some pretty high end areas in the Pentagon, but I didn't pay any attention to that shit. I know it sounds probably stupid, but when you're young and dumb, you don't think about that shit at the time. But
Well, were you ever read in?
I'm sorry.
Did you ever, when you changed duty stations, ever what they call being read in?
I'm not familiar with that terminology.
It's kind of like a briefing where you see what the mission is, the classified aspects of the mission, and you have to sign off on it.
Yeah, we never. That was usually after the fact, never before the fact. It never really signed anything. It was pretty much, they would say it, and it was, it's supposed to be etched in stone. I don't remember.
Yeah, they only do that with Cat 3. So you were Cat 2. But, I mean, it just doesn't really matter. I'm just for my own curiosity, really.
No, I'm trying to I want to be as straightforward and honest as I can be. I don't want to lose credibility here. I don't remember any of that having to sign any. I remember shit afterwards, but very very rarely. But it was
No, you don't lose credibility. I mean, it's just a different type of work. That's all.
yeah, yeah. But on the same token, and let me, please don't let me think I was some fucking big shot either. And you knew this as well as anybody that a lot of the time my ass, they parade us in the fucking Pentagon. It's a dog and pony show. You know what I mean? It was, it's more, you meet fucking high end senators and shit that, and to me, they were nothing to me. You know what I mean? They just, I could have been. I mean, I remember Rumsfeld and some of the higher ups, the Secretary of Defenses and shit like that. But I never met the president, or I never had dinner with fucking vice president or anything like that. I mean, I did do we were being so close to the DC. You're only what 3 or 4 hours away from DC. And it's the dog and pony show. They didn't want to put us on fucking display. So, we're in dress whites in our fucking uniforms with our medals, with our trident, and we're at these fucking wine and dine fucking functions, and we were basically just sitting in the fucking corner and can't wait for these things to end so we can get the hell out of there. You got people coming up to you, and we're being introduced, and we're shaking people's fucking hands, and to me, it was just a big blur, man. I just, to me, I just felt like I was you're put on display. You know what I mean? It's people, it's high end fucking people that need to make themselves feel better about what the fuck they do. I can't explain it. And anybody and most people that I know that were in special forces or any type of special forces don't and I'll be honest, I don't like special forces because people I've had people fucking they think they're Billy Badass, they want to try you, or they want to they start asking you questions trying to prove that you're not. It's just I just it's just not really that way, but fucking worth it.
Well,
assholes. These guys that go through, these guys that are fucking deals that write books and shit like that, when we see these guys and we run into them, because we're invited to the graduations. Every time there's a graduation for SEAL teams, vets are, I'm allowed to go there. So, I know Jesse Ventura really well, and he's actually a fucking awesome guy. He's, and gets a bad fucking rap. That shit. He comes across like, some people call him a whiny bitch or whatever, but you know what? I wouldn't fuck with that man. The shit with Chris Kyle, you know what I mean? I never worked with Chris Kyle. I've never even seen him. And if somebody hears that I was a Navy SEAL, like, oh, the first thing comes out of their mouth, Chris Kyle. Fuck Chris Kyle. I don't agree with the shit that he pulled with fucking, the shit that he's pulled, and I don't know the guy. You know what I mean? People get this, and I'm sure you've dealt with this too. Is they think that there's like 5 of us. There's they got to understand there's a couple thousand SEALs. There's a couple thousand fucking Rangers. I mean, Delta Force is, I never, if there's somebody who was on Delta Force, I didn't know. I don't know these guys. You know what I mean? The first thing they think, oh, you know somebody. Oh, no, nobody knows who's on Delta Force. You know what I mean? I don't know these guys. You know?
It's all movies. They want you there because movies make everyone seem like they're the shit and everything. And really, everyone's just a regular guy. I was in airborne school with the SEAL team, and I kicked the shit out of a Delta Force guy at a strip club once. So they're just regular people.
We are, and people don't get that. And we get that. They think that, and you know what I mean. And and the thing about it is most of the shit that we did is we hit. By by the time you realize that we were on you, it was fucking late. You know what I mean? We don't go in and kick in fucking doors and just start shooting up the place. You know what I mean? It's just, I just wish Hollywood would leave us the fuck alone. You know what I mean? It's making it, and then you get these assholes that write books. And it just makes it harder on us vets. It really does, man. And these guys are talking and running their fucking mouth and pie hole about shit that it just makes it harder on us, and it makes it harder on the guys that are in. And it just, just have a coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. We were trained. You weren't trained like that. You were trained to keep your fucking mouth shut. But and if it wasn't for the fact that my time, I'm on at the end of my candle, and I don't give a fuck. But for the longest time, I've had a family I've had to protect, and I know for a fact. I know for a fact that one guy, there was one of the guys out of that fuck, and I don't know which one it was out of the group, and it got back to me that he was going to go talk to write a book about this fucking bullshit, and all hell broke loose. And that it started bringing heat back on us. When I fucking retired, I didn't see or hear nothing out of none of them fucking holes until he went and was threatening to do a fucking book, and then all of a sudden I got them coming and showing up. They knew where the fuck I lived. They're showing up at my fucking house. You know what I mean? I got FBI people at my fucking house questioning shit. You wanted to try to feel me out to see where I, what I mean, really? And I told him the same fucking thing. Get the fuck out of my house, man. It's good. Nobody's done. I leave me the fuck alone.
Exactly.
You're coming.
Exactly. I did a show about this whole government conspiracy Men in Black thing, and people are like thinking, oh, they'll make you disappear and all of this, and you got to listen to that show, because I'm like, no, they don't do that, because if they wanted to shut you up, they would shut you up, period, end of story. You would not be getting threatened. You would not. They don't operate that way. They have to have a serious reason to come at you, and if they needed to shut you up, they would just send your ass to Gitmo. You'd be gone.
Right.
End of story. They wouldn't say, be quiet, and then they would hope that you would. No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, no, they weren't coming to threaten me, but they were feel me out. Oh, like I was getting like a.
Well, what I'm saying is you're a different story. You were military. You were, they talk to us differently. And that's why what I've been trying to tell people is that if there were Men in Black out there trying to shut up people talking about Bigfoot, they would have already talked to me. Because I'm somebody who's had what the civilian community calls an above top secret clearance. And I'm talking about classified operations and stuff, and how
Yep.
And they don't come and talk to me, so that they're not that interested.
Okay, but let's not bullshit each other either. You knew damn well a lot of the discrediting shit that's going on this fucking internet is fucking, these guys are fucking are contractors for the government. They're out here to fucking, for every, and this is what pisses me off, let's say you got 4 fucking legit videos, there's fucking 20 that are fucking fake.
Yeah.
And the government's pulling the strings on that shit too. Don't I know better.
I believe that. But here's my point. If something rings true to you, if it sounds like it's reasonable and it probably happened, then that's probably the story that's accurate. But when you hear stories about people saying, oh, and then he stepped through a portal or he went invisible or whatever, that to me is the disinformation. That's where the government is trying to make us all sound like a bunch of whack jobs.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because you know what? I've been part of that fucking cover up. Okay, the guy I told you was a fucking Army Ranger. He. I knew when he was telling me everything that he was fucking telling me. I knew he was. Then okay, and okay, and it wasn't. And this is where I'm fucked up in the head here, but it wasn't until 2 days ago that some guy named Rick. It was a video I started watching on YouTube about the missing fucking national parks. A guy named Rick Dudley or something, Mudley. Anyway, the guy was talking. He's got cases and he's actually going after the fucking. He's actually trying to do a shakedown on these state parks about all these missing people. And he was talking about some of the links that it has to the to Sasquatch, maybe possibly having links to Sasquatches.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know.
Okay, well and it blew my fucking mind when I heard him fucking say that they were reports of Army Ranger. They had Army Rangers show up to go find a missing person. They were looking for these people. They were these missing fucking people. And I thought to myself, I said, holy shit. I said, maybe it was that, I'm not reaching out to him. I'm not, I don't trust him. I don't trust him one fucking bit. He's a snake in the fucking grass.
No, he's in it for the money.
Nah, not only that. You know what?
Now, I believe what he's putting out there is accurate and it's true, but I don't like how commercial he is. I don't think, if he wasn't making money, I don't think you'd ever heard a peep from
him. I looked at his credentials. I mean, he's a police officer. There's too many keywords that come out of his mouth that sound like that remind me of my military fucking career. You know what I mean? He doesn't blatantly come out and say it, and he gives bits and shit here and there, and saying it's like it's all like you said, it's very commercialized. He knows more. He knows a hell of a lot more than when he's been touched. If you know what I mean. He's been reached out to. He's being paid hush fucking. Either being paid hush money, or they threaten to fucking bury his fucking ass because he skips around a lot of fucking shit. He gives you. It's like he gives you a sip of the. He'll put a beer in front of you, give you a sip of it, and take the fucking beer away. That fucker knows more. He knows more from his. I have a hard time believing the credentials of his investigative background. That's all he could come up with. I find that fucking a little hard. And he's a puppet. He's just a fucking government puppet.
Are you talking about David Paulides?
Yes, that's him.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that the problem is that some of the things where he's very vague about, I think what it is he's discovered something that it kind of sounds like it, but not completely. So he just tells you enough to make you think that it's more devious than it really is because it helps him sell his book. That's my opinion. I mean, he may be like what you're saying, but my opinion is that he tries to hype stuff up that's a little under the bar.
To distract you from the truth.
No, just to sell books, I think. I mean, it could be, but I think he's just trying to sell books.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong on this character.
Well, I could be wrong too. I'm just saying that's my take.
I just something about him, man. Just not. He just he. I think that he knows a lot fucking more. That he is under the fucking microscope. They have contacted his ass, and I'm not saying the Men in Black have contacted him, but he's been visited, and he's been subliminally fucking warned. Do you know what I mean? And you know the bullshit I'm talking about. They don't come out and fucking say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill your wife or your family," and the bullshit I've seen on here about people getting fucking phone calls, and it doesn't work like that. You know that, but
Well, I don't know that. I think that it's possible that they've contacted him and said, "Hey, look here, buddy. If you say something that, if you start spitballing and you say something we don't like, then we're going to come after you because you don't have anything to back it up." I think that, in other words, like a libel suit or slander, I think they're threatening him in that way, and that's what's making him be careful about some of the shit he says.
Okay, I could buy that. Okay, but
they're only using that as a scare tactic because that's the way the government would work. They would scare you with legal repercussions.
Right. They would. Yeah, you're exactly right. You know what? The first threat is your wallet.
Yeah.
It's always it's always the fucking wallet or a fucking they threaten to have you make your the biggest thing that fucking and we're going back to this army. Okay, I think I've watched like three of your videos, and then I watched all of it. I watched like 3 of his, and then it just got mundane. It was the same shit over and over again. But in all those fucking interviews, okay, and all the conferences that he did, he only mentioned that Army Ranger one fucking time and never fucking mentioned it ever again.
Well, I mean, you've only run into one other guy in Special Forces that had anything to do with it. It's possible that it's not that common. At least for people to know about it. So I don't know if him not mentioning it means he's hiding something, or it's just that he hasn't been able to find another one where he can talk about it.
Well, at the time, I didn't know where the fuck I was. But, and it took me a long to figure out where the hell we were at. We were in close to Allegheny. We weren't far from Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. We were actually very, very close to the Appalachian Trails.
There have been a lot of disappearances on that trail.
Which I found out later. Supposedly, okay, and I don't know how credible it was, but I heard. I didn't hear it directly. It was through one of the actually one of the guys was there. He said that there was an actual family that was been missing for almost 4 days prior to us coming in there. So to me, my question is did they fucking know that fucking snatched by fucking these creatures or some type of or so you made a comment, and I guess it really didn't dawn on me that about these. So the government knows about these fucking rogue Bigfoots or whatever you guys call these. They know that these things. Rick?
Yeah, last I heard was they know these things, and then I lost you.
So they know. So the government knows that these things.
I just heard the same exact thing. They know these things, and that was it.
Oh, that's. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you are.
That's weird. All right, so the government knows. I know for a fact that the government knows about these fucking. Because they don't put risk. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You don't put tracking bands on shit you don't know about.
No, I mean, obviously, if the band is there, somebody put it there, right?
Exactly. And I wish I knew more. I wish I knew more about that. But you know, you got to understand that. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm pausing. I'm trying to word this right. You know, Danny and I had only been with them, so you know, I wouldn't say we were in the family yet. You know, 'cause we're you know, we sort of not. But they still looked at it as one of their own. Was so with the traumatic experiences that we had with that, and it just everything just seemed like it was happened so fucking fast, but it didn't happen fast. But in your mind, it seems like it raced by. And you sit back years later and you're just like second guessing yourself, like I should have done this or I should have asked that, or why didn't I? Beat yourself up about it. But those two civilians were trying to get, as soon as they could get the fuck. Yeah, questions. There was questions and they weren't going to answer them either. I would love to know. I would love to know where they took these two creatures. I want to know where they took them. I would love to know where they took them. I have no clue on them. Nope, I have no clue. I have no clue.
Well, from where you were, they could have took them to a lot of different places. I mean, what's the flight range on a Huey? What, 350?
Yeah, easily.
So they're talking.
But we're not far from so many damn bases.
Yeah, where you were located. I looked at it on Google Earth, and roughly where you were talking about being located, they could have got to Fort Drum. They could have got to an Air Force base in Ohio, anywhere in Kentucky, Virginia, or West Virginia anyway, Washington, D.C., Fort Meade, Maryland, anywhere.
All right, Rick. Well, you remember I was telling you. I remember. Can you see the Appalachian Trail around the Allegheny?
Oh, wait a minute. I'll look it up again. Hold on.
The marker had a blue square, and it said the numbers were 12.
What marker?
A blue. It had a blue square on a piece of wood with the number 12.
What did? What did? I didn't hear it. I must have missed part of that sentence.
Oh. The trail marker. Did you get that?
Yeah, the trail marker where you were located on the Appalachian Trail. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, that we passed. We were close to it. So if I remember correctly, we came into the east, crossed over the Appalachian Trail, headed west, and then we were slightly north of that. I remember two like small, and they're not. I don't know if you want to, but I guess they're mountains. But we're in a valley of between two rocks.
Okay, I'm able to pull up Appalachian Trail in Pennsylvania. Which, according to this, is pretty close to Philadelphia.
Nah, I'm close to Philadelphia now, and I wasn't nowhere near here. It was
west, right?
Yeah, a lot. It was a pretty wooded area. It was the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah, I don't know why it's putting the pin near Pennsylvania. That's weird. You were in the Allegheny National Forest, right?
Yes. Maybe it wasn't an Appalachian Trail. Maybe it's just one of their. But it had a blue. I remember the blue square on a red piece of wood, looked like a stake with a point on it, and it had the number 12 on it. Because I made it like I made it like a landmark. I got. Yeah, when you're in an unfamiliar place, you try to get get yourself familiar with shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to look up the Appalachian Trail itself and see where it goes, and let's see if I can find that number 12 you're talking about.
If we were in Allegheny County, we were. I do know that. And I mean, I didn't know at the time. And matter of fact, I didn't know that for at least a year or two after the situation.
You didn't know what?
I didn't. It was like a year or two after the fact, after all this shit hit the fan, that I even knew or got a because again, you don't want to, the only people you could talk to were the people that were there. You get a collaboration of all the different, we all get ideas and we try to pinpoint that shit fucking down. And we had to do that in secret because, we don't know, we didn't. The only time we ever talk about that shit is when nobody else was fucking around. We would about that if we thought brass was even close to being around. You know what I mean? We just didn't want to put any red flags up. We didn't go out drinking and talk about, hey, you remember that time? That shit didn't ever happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that kills me about movies when they show people who work at the Pentagon dealing with like top secret information, and they're out at Starbucks having coffee talking about a top secret mission. I'm like, they wouldn't do that.
Yeah. Or in a fucking restaurant, a fancy restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, you don't do that. You're talking a skiff, period.
Yeah. It's like, I within the last, I don't know, couple, I like reading stuff or seeing this shit on here about the UFO shit, but I read a lot of it's got, I've never had any experiences with that. I don't know anything about that, but I like reading about it, and but some of it you can just see it's just a crock of shit. Now I know for a fucking fact that these underground fucking bases that guys are, I do the fact that a lot of those exist.
Oh yeah, I lived in Winthrop, Massachusetts, and I think it was Fort Lee is what it was called. That was all up underneath the ocean.
You know, I've already spilled the beans about a lot of other shit. Do you know about the one in Atlanta, the base at Atlanta Airport?
No, really, under the Atlanta airport? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Not surprising, though. I've gone through Atlanta when I was traveling, when I was in the military, and that fucking place is like just unbelievable.
Well, I only know from my research or what I've seen so far, and I haven't gotten that in depth into it. They're claiming there's over 100. I only know of 2, but
What, 100 underground bases?
yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, I only know of 2. I only know one, and I know the Atlanta. And
I lost you after Atlanta.
Pennsylvania.
Well, where in Pennsylvania?
Hell if I know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. All I can tell you is I've been there, but I couldn't tell you how to out there. Please. You think they're gonna let us? You think they're gonna let some fucking peon? Come on now.
All right, John. Well, we've been talking for almost 4.5 hours, so I'll tell you what.
Hey, but hold on. I got to tell you this though, and this is when I went to this fucking base in Pennsylvania. Okay, there were all these fucking people at this base. Okay, the first thing I thought about. Okay, and I will say that it's in a fucking mountain. It's underground in a mountain. Okay, I do know that for a fact. But all the fucking people that were in that fucking place, my first thing that came in my mind is, what the fuck are these people parking?
Yeah, that's funny. Maybe that's where they took the Sasquatch.
I couldn't. I don't know. I don't know about that. But I'll think more about this, man. And please, if you got any more questions, Rick, please ask me, man. I've been thinking about it all day, and you brought up some good questions with me, man. I really enjoyed talking to you, man. So if you got any more questions, man, or anything, man, just let me know.
Hey, feel free to stop back by here. My Discord is open 24/7. I got people who are in and out of here all day. If you want to just come in and shoot the shit about, Bigfoot or whatever.
Well, I will. I'll listen and observe. I like to stuff, but I will not talk about the story with anybody. I don't feel I won't do that.
Well, no, that's fine. I'm just saying, if you want to stop in, it's kind of like a group therapy thing without actually dropping any information. I mean, you're welcome to come in here and attend and keep in touch with me, so I know that things are still going well with you and stuff. And if I don't hear from you for a while or from anybody else, I'll go ahead and make this public after a month or so, and and hope that his wife stops by and hears the story.
You know what? Yeah, I wish I had contact with more of the guys that were part of that situation. I only kept contact with 2 of the guys, and unfortunately, both of them are dead. The other one, it shook him up so fucking bad he became an alcoholic. Man, killed him.
Well, maybe you said SEAL Team 4 in 1988, right?
Yep.
Well, maybe one of them will hear it after I make it public, and he'll call in or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
But I will make sure that I don't, if I don't hear from you, I'll wait at least a couple of months, and hopefully somebody will contact me if something happens to you, so I know for sure.
Now, I wouldn't even say the branch, man. You know what? I wouldn't put myself. I wouldn't say what branch of special forces, man. I think you're opening up a can of worms that you may not want to open.
I'm not worried about it for myself, but if you would prefer I didn't, then I can go that route. I can.
I'm not. You know what? Hopefully, I may not be here.
Well, I don't want to make it public if you're still around. So just keep in touch with me. And I'm saying if I lose touch with you and nobody contacts me, then I'll wait a month.
Okay, that's fair.
And then
That's fair.
we'll do a memorial episode for you and Danny.
Yeah, all right, that'll be cool, man. All right, well, I'll be around, Rick, man. I've talked to you enough.
All right. Well, I'm hoping that it'll be a good 10 years before I have to make it public. But
Yeah, well, yeah, wishful thinking, but I know that ain't gonna happen.
Well, we can hope. We can hope. My dad's gone 20 years so far. He had I don't know if he had the Widowmaker. No, actually, he did tell me he had a Widowmaker, but they got to it fast enough or something. I forget what he said.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't fast enough. You know what? And I my diet, I didn't take care of myself. I was smoking. I wasn't a drinker, but I wasn't eating healthy and exercising, and half of it I brought on myself. So
Yeah, with this MS hit me. It's the only thing that's wrong with me. They hit me with every test there is and said I'm healthier than a 20-year-old, except that I have multiple sclerosis.
Yeah, well, you know how it is, man. You understand what I'm going through. When you feel like you're not living, man, I don't want to deal with that. So
Yeah, well, even with the MS, I probably only have another 10 years. If it doesn't hit me again real hard.
yeah, but they don't give a fuck about his vets, man. It's like I told you, buddy. I told you that I could talk to about this thing, and he had PTSD pretty bad, man. And I watched him. I was with him all the way to the end, and I watched how the VA. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm actually about to see an attorney because I had at least one of my first MS attacks was while I was in the Army, and I'm entitled to a medical benefits and all that stuff for the last 30 years. Because they misdiagnosed me. I went to a doctor and he misdiagnosed me.
The cancer that he had bone cancer, had prostate cancer. The first VA hospital denied it had anything to do with fucking Agent Orange. And it wasn't until I got him that the oncologist admitted that a lot of his problems were due to the Agent Orange. He was a tunnel rat, so they were coming in and fucking napalm. And we found the tunnel. Not until they burnt the fucking foliage down that we could actually find some of these tunnels. He was around all that, you know what I mean? Then he's down in those tunnels. Shit was down in the tunnels and everything, and so finally I got, at least I got one oncologist from all the VAs that we dealt with that would fucking put it on paper, and I actually got his benefits for his wife,
Well, I thought that was a well-known fact at this point. How long ago was that?
That he passed away?
No, that they wouldn't admit it because I was under the impression that's been a well-known fact for a long time that shit was causing cancer and shit.
Kidding me? Are you kidding me? They still deny. You know what? They still deny the shit out of that, man. I seen this. I seen that firsthand, man.
Yeah, well, that's not surprising, I guess.
Well, he first of all, he didn't get out with an arm. He got out with BC. He did fucking 3 tours, and he was pretty fucked in the head about this point. I mean, he wasn't a big guy. He was a smaller guy. He could fit down those fucking tunnels, and they give him a flashlight and a fucking 45 and say, "Go get him." You know what I mean? I'm sorry. I don't know I don't know one person in my entire life that would not be fucked in the head after that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was fucked. He was fucked. He was the PTSD. He didn't get any benefits for that shit till he was damn near in his late 50s. They ran him. The VA ran his ass to the ringer because he had a BCD. He got I saw a report why he got a BCD. He clocked the fuck out of a lieutenant. That's the only reason he got a BCD. Being at and then you got these fucking jags from the 80s and 90s making decisions about shit that happened in the fucking 60s. I have an issue with that, but yeah.
Yeah, I got.
That's what it boils down to.
Uh,
I remember going to one of his hearings and you got the panel colonels and shit. They're all new. They're all shiny brass. These guys they're lifers, but they're not old school lifers. And I looked at each one of them. I said, I tell you what. I said, why don't we go out and dig a fucking hole about 10 feet under the fucking ground? Again, I'm gonna set up booby traps and I'm gonna have Vietnamese in a gun, and I'm gonna give you a flashlight and a fucking gun, and I'm gonna tell you to go in there and go get him out. And you tell me how fucking right in the head you'll be at when you get to the other end of the tunnel.
yeah. Yeah, I got a BCD too, but mine was for putting a bunch of MPs in the hospital.
Now his was smacking a lieutenant. He punched. He knocked the lieutenant out. They don't look at they look at its bottom line. They got a fucking quota to make. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the fuck he did or what the circumstances is. The bottom line, all they see is those 3 fucking letters, and you're gonna go over to this fucking pile. They don't look at the situation. They don't care about your fucking. But all right, big man, I'm gonna roll out here myself.
All right, hey, it was good talking to you. Great story, and I will discuss it myself on the show. Well, I'll wait a couple of shows so nobody can connect our talking with when I put the show on. But
you know what, Rick? Your stuff about the government. I wanted to. The only reason I'm telling you this is because I wanted you to know that you're absolutely right. That you got a firsthand fucking witness. I didn't blow any smoke up your ass. There's no reason for me to fucking lie. I don't want any money from this. Fame, notoriety, nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the fact that you had the fucking balls to be the only one on YouTube to fucking call them out, for one, and 2, that you're absolutely fucking right. I wanted any doubt or any speculation that you fucking even had to be gone after tonight.
oh, wait a minute. Are you the one that wanted me to read to discuss your story online, or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, I didn't say anything about that. I just want to know. All I'm saying is based on what I saw from the number of your videos on YouTube, you're the only one that actually calls the fucking government out, and you got people fucking telling you that you're full of shit and blah blah blah. I wanted to edify the fact that you are absolutely fucking 1,000,000% fucking right.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're not the guy who said that you wanted to tell me the story to have me talk about it on a show, or was that some?
Yeah, I was. I don't. I didn't want to. I don't want anybody to know that I told.
Yeah, I mean, until I make this talk public, yeah, I'll do it in very. I won't put out any details and stuff, but just verify. Oh yeah, I've talked to somebody who was in a situation, and they verified this, that, and the other, and that's about as far as I'll take it until the show goes public.
Right.
All right, just so we're on the same sheet of music.
And the only reason I contact because you are the only one, and I could be on YouTube for a fucking year, and you're the only one that will call it out for what it is, and that's the only reason why it's 90% of the fucking reason why I'm telling you the fucking story. Nobody other than the 15 guys or 16 guys that were there, okay, know this fucking story.
Yeah, and I think it's appalling that the government has let this go on as long as they have. I think that they need to pony up, admit things, and start helping the families of these people who have been killed and eaten by these things.
If they were killed in state fucking parks, it's their fucking property. Families should be getting fucking missing. I don't. You know what? I don't give a fuck if they could prove or not prove. If they end up came up missing, okay. If they could prove, let's take away the suicides or people that were going there to fucking, they were going there to end it. I don't see the government having to pay for that. But if they've come up missing and they can't figure out why the fuck they came up missing, then they owe reparations to the fucking families of those missing people.
Exactly.
Killed. Because then, you know what? The more and more I talk to you, the more, if I went in that cave, I would have had more evidence these things were fucking killing and snatching and doing what you said they were doing.
Well, like I said, I'm an analyst, and to me, that's enough evidence for me to call it.
And I'm telling you from the bottom of my soul, I have no behavior. I don't know any of this shit. I don't. The PTSD I have from it, I've kept my nose out of it. I didn't want shit, or it just upsetted me. So it just hasn't been for the last week that I've actually taken a closer look at this. And the majority of the shit that I see, I don't know. I don't know. I hear shit, but I see shit they talk about, but a lot of it's there's a lot of gray area. But yours struck a chord with me. Everything I saw with yours, a serious chord with me. I watch these fucking videos where these guys are videotaping, and to me, okay, maybe I'm just a dumbass, but to me, if you're that fucking close to a Sasquatch, your shit should be blurry. If it's fucking blurry, I'm running towards that. But I was Sasquatch, I'm going to get a better fucking picture.
Well, no. Now think about it. Here, you're a SEAL holding an automatic weapon 20 yards from a Bigfoot that's killing your buddy, and you didn't raise your gun. It's the same thing.
No. I understand. Yeah, I'm saying before this situation, I would have been that type of dumbass to run towards one with a camera. You know what I'm saying? Before I experienced what I experienced.
Oh no, I misunderstood you. I thought you were questioning why nobody's taken a picture of one yet.
Oh, okay. No. I'm saying is if I had seen something like this in the woods, when I was, before I ever encountered these things, I would have ran right up to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you broke up the first time. I thought all I heard you saying was running up to him with a camera and taking a picture or something, and I thought that's what you were getting at, is that why aren't there any pictures, Because I think that's what you said in your post, too.
No, yeah, you got to be totally, yeah. I just don't understand why all the pictures
Why all the pictures what?
Are blurry.
Well, it's because for the same reason that you didn't raise your gun. When you're in that moment, even if you think about taking the picture, it's a little hard to take a good picture because things happen so quickly. Those things move fast. You have to hold things still. You have to do things just right to get a good picture. I mean, it's like a perfect storm. Unless one's sitting there posing for you, you're really going to have a hard time getting a good picture.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Because now I froze. That thing could, if it wasn't for the guys behind me, it could have got me too. I wouldn't have been able to do shit.
I've heard a interview of a Bigfoot researcher who's been researching for decades, who had one step out of the woods not 20 feet from him, and he was holding a camera in his hand, and he said, and I'm telling you, I have chastised people for not taking pictures, and I stood there and the thing walked away, and I went, oh my God, I'm holding a camera and I didn't take a picture. It happens to everybody.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough then. I didn't look at it that way. I guess I didn't do more research on it. I guess I see some of these videos, and it's so fucking dudes. They're people in a fucking suit. You know what I mean? It's just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah. And there's people out there putting pictures online that are just nothing but a bunch of leaves, and it just happens to kind of look like a face, and they're saying, there's a Bigfoot. I'm like, no, it's not. I mean, if that's a Bigfoot, his head's the size of an orange because that leaf is huge.
Right. But I've seen videos that I've seen the movements of I've seen what these things. I guess unless you've actually really, and you have seen, close and you see the movements, and it's just, I could tell when you're a fucking human in a suit and in the real thing. I think I've seen maybe one or two that I thought were really legit, but
Well, I have an episode called Compelling Video, and I put some videos in there which I think are the real thing, and I explain why. Even though one of them, actually it might have been more than one of the videos, I originally thought was a guy in a suit until I looked at it a lot closer. But take a look at that video and tell me what you think.
What's the video called? Can you link it in the chat, please?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, people, that's pretty much the end of it. We just talked about that other video. That's about it. So, Mary, if you're watching, Amy deleted your post because she felt you were misleading people medically because she's also an RN. So, just so you know why that happened. And I have to defer to her. She's an RN. I'm not. I have no idea. So, Mammal in the Woods, what are you talking about? What kind of stories? You're talking about what? Stories about killing people? Yeah, we're not done yet, Kara. This is an all-nighter. So this is just, give people something to do on a Saturday night while they're quarantined. So I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Let me put my, I'm going to put my Discord link up. So if anyone wants to go in Discord and speak instead of typing. That's what I created that for, because with MS, it's hard for me to really type. Well, I can, but I used to type as fast as I talk. Now it takes me forever to type something, and I mess it up all the time. So I prefer to speak. So if anyone goes into Discord and starts talking, I'll actually add your audio to the show so we can all talk. And let's see, where's it at? There's my Discord link, so y'all can, you want to jump into Discord if you know how to do that. I'm not going to spend time teaching anybody how to do it. You're supposed to just be able to type that in, and Bob's your uncle. It'll let you install or use the desktop version, Hold on, let me move that thing. It's like in front of the chat. Put it over on that side. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think the whole world, well, supposed to be, pretty much the whole world is in quarantine. But I'll tell you what, I went down to Walmart, what was it, yesterday? And the parking lot was mobbed, people going in and out like it's just another day. And I'm like, you know, this is why it's going to take us forever to get rid of this virus. You know, we're going to have a lot more people killed, or, you know, because of this, because nobody's wearing masks. When I was stationed in South Korea, I thought it was odd that they all walked around with masks. And they did that if they were sick, so they didn't get other people sick. Or if it was cold, because it kept them warm. Kept their face warm, you know, because it gets pretty Siberian winds and all that. It gets kind of cold in the wintertime. I can't believe these people just walking around in Walmart like it's, you know, no big deal. And I've been keeping track of this, the big C. I can't say it because I'll get demonetized. So, Mary, if you're still watching, I was going to ask you to stop talking about it because I don't know if they'll read the chat on my screen and demonetize me anyway. So, anyway, I can't say it because I'll be demonetized. But the heck was I just saying? These people, I've been watching it since I think there was only 2,000 cases in China at the time when I first started watching it. And every day doubling, you know? I mean, and I just saw a thing today where there's, what is it? The number of deaths in Italy is over 10,000 now. 10,000 people have died from this in Italy now. So, you know, Mary, you know, I know you've been doing this, well, I don't know. I know you say you've been doing this a long time, but you know, the facts are the facts. 10,000 people in Italy have died already. And they're number 2. We're number 1 as far as how many are infected. So gotta take it seriously. Yeah, but she could still be watching the show, Mammal in the Woods. She does, you know, she just can't type in the tag. Well, actually, I think she can. She doesn't. As I understand it, you can't like ban anyone anymore. You can hide them, which means that they'll still type stuff and not realize that nobody else can see it. That's the way it works now. Let me see if anyone's popped into Discord. Where's my Discord? Oh. Well, my ex popped into Discord. 12:43. That was an hour ago. Okay. So anybody, man. Oh, I'm really not tired. I'm just yawning for some reason. Yep, that would be my my soon-to-be ex, hopefully. I'm not really interested in dove hunting, Mammal in the Woods. This is a Bigfoot channel. So I didn't even check. Did I unmute my mic, or am I just talking and you're all watching my mouth move? I can't remember if I unmuted my mic or not. I must have, because Amy said thank you. So, yep, okay. Hold on, people. I'm gonna put my my background music on. So what was I going to? Was I think? Just a second, folks. The guy on YouTube that came up with a big playlist of songs that YouTube will not put a copyright strike on. So now I can actually play music during my shows. Again, well, I tried it at one point and got copyright strike, so I stopped doing it. Just so there's no deafening silence like when I'm doing something. Guess I have to unmute it, don't I? Okay, I guess that's all right. Let's see. Let me get back caught up here. Ramona, what is icon? I don't understand that. Oh, the David Pilates. Yeah. Cara, David Pilates actually has now said that he believes Bigfoot is responsible for a large number of those that have gone missing. I've actually done shows where I was like ragging on him for never said, like what we were taught, me and that SEAL were talking about, how he never has committed. But since then he has. I've actually seen him do it. I don't know if it was on YouTube or on a TV show. I think it was a TV show about Bigfoot where he said, yeah, he believes that it is, not all of them obviously, but that he believes that a large percentage of those that have gone missing are from a Bigfoot. But I do want to hear what you're talking about. Was following you or whatever that scared you? Yeah, what are you saying? Did you see what this was that chased you or followed you or whatever? Or because you said it wasn't a wasn't a Bigfoot, it was something else. Yeah, well, a mammal in the woods. I'm not really interested in Bigfoot stories. Like Bigfoot encounters, or if you're recounting something, or if you're talking about something that you believe is true, yes, but I'm not. I mean, I've written dozens of screenplays. I could make up stories all day long if I wanted to. The heck was I just gonna do? I music isn't the music isn't too loud, is it, people? Kara, if you'll go into my Discord, I can actually put you on here as an interview and people can hear you and we can talk instead of type, since it's a long story. On an iPad. Well, you go to the link that I believe is on the screen right now. Should be lower right hand corner. Let me double check if it should still be there. I don't think it. Yeah, right just here, this link here, discord.gg/RW capital N7TR7, and then it'll take you to a website. You can use the web interface to talk, or it'll show you how to install the software onto your iPad. If there should be a version for that. There's an Android version for phones and stuff, so I assume there's a version for iPad. I think there's an Apple version. I don't know. I'm not privileged enough to own Apple products. Or rich enough, whatever. Yeah, Teresa, I'm talking about the music I have going. I was asking if it was too loud. A mammal in the woods, yeah, I do real encounters, so that's why there are so few on my show as compared to some other people. Actually, it was probably echoing like mad on you people. I had my headphones still turned on. Is the music better now that I've muted my headphones? Hey, Brett, how's it going? I haven't seen you in here in a while. Well, of course, I've been a little scarce myself for a while. This is just a kind of a town hall hangout, whatever you want to call it, because of the everyone's being quarantined, nothing to do on a Saturday night, so we're just in here trying to keep the topics to Bigfoot, not doves and so forth. But I am interested in hearing Kara's story. Mammal in the woods. You're like on the borderline of being a troll, so I'm gonna have to get rid of you, dude. Sorry. Nothing happened? It's a website. It should have come up. You typed it in your web browser? Do you have like a Play Store kind of thing for Apple programs? Maybe see if there's a Discord app already for your iPad. I should put my headphones on in case somebody actually starts talking and I'll hear them. Yeah, I texted you back after you texted me, and then you never responded, so I didn't catch it for about 15 minutes, but I did catch it and texted you back that day, the other day. That's the only thing about this is that evidently they play ads. I don't know if those are going to get me demonetized, but I will be highly upset if they do. Oh my god. I'm just going to mute them just in case. So Brett, what do you want to talk about, dude? And all y'all, feel free to jump into my Discord and talk instead of type. Brett, dude, you can jump into Discord, right? I think I saw you in there not too long ago. All right, later, Rupture Duck. Well, Brett, tonight we were actually finishing up the last part of the raw conversation I had with that Navy SEAL. The whole almost 5 hours. I started last night and finished it tonight. So if you've listened to the edited version of the Navy SEAL conversation, then you know what went on and everything. That's really what happened tonight. We can talk about anything as long as it's on topic, you know. So jump into Discord, dude, and we'll talk instead of type. I'm in there. I'll hear you when you get in there. Man, this preview is having a real hard time. It still has me. What is it? It's still an hour behind. 35 minutes. That's crazy. There we go. Probably internet issues. Sam Squatch, how you doing, buddy? We're all just, it's a quarantine town hall or hangout or whatever, talking about Bigfoot. We just finished doing my listening to the raw conversation I had with that Navy SEAL. 5 hours worth. For me, that's like the fifth or, well, dozen times I've heard it, so it was a little mind-numbing, but I guess everybody was into it. And you can jump into my Discord if you want to talk instead of type. No, you have to make your own username. It's so that you can log into Discord. Once you have a login, then you can go to, you know, Discord servers, and I mean, there's all kinds of Discord servers out there that you can get onto and talk. Once you actually do the login, then you type that URL into your browser, and it should automatically send your Discord right to. I don't know how you actually would use a URL in Discord itself. Let me see if I do a search if it works. What is it? Yeah. Heck, what is my Discord? Is it RWN7TR7? Okay. See if that works if you type in the invite. RWT. No, RWN7TR7. That's what it was. That doesn't work. I don't know how you would get straight into it, like right in the app. Yeah, I heard you. I can hear you. You hear me? Hold on, let me put you on the show. Okay, now I'm gonna have to kill the music because my mic's picking it up. There we go. All right, people. This is Brett. He's a longtime friend of the show. Say something, Brett. So let's see if the people can hear you.
Nah, man, I just been missing you, boss. I miss getting down to business and talking Sasquatch. You know how I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand you've been real busy though at work, right?
Yeah, that's it's really been something, and but some other things too going on. But anyway, man, just been missing you, brother. I've been wanting to catch up with you and chat, man. But
yeah, I've started to hear about your other half too.
Oh yeah. It's still kind of got me.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
But I've been wanting to. Is there a topic tonight? I mean, do you have a specific topic or story?
Well, I thought we'd, you know, especially if I get some people to get into the Discord here, is talk about what the Navy SEAL had to say about the Bigfoots they they whacked, and what happened to his friend and all that stuff. Did you ever listen to that show I put up?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think we discussed that several times. That was the one where they come up on him in the cave system and they kind of had him pinned down in there.
No, no. This is where they were. Him and his it was SEAL Team 4, and they were sent out to. The cover story was to look for a missing family, and they did go into a cave and found a whole bunch of discarded clothing from mainly females, and then they had some civilians with them with DF equipment, like they were searching for like a collar, and they got attacked by a large male, and they ended up killing that, and then they hauled that one off by helicopter, and then as they were heading back to their campsite, this was in Pennsylvania in the Appalachians. As they were heading back to camp, the female attacked them and grabbed his buddy and slammed him up against a tree. Like, you've probably heard the stories of how they kill hogs by whipping them against a tree. Well, that's what this female did to his friend, and he was basically paralyzed, and I guess, he ended up had a miserable life and died within 10 years after that.
Yeah, I do remember all that. Yeah, that's right. They ran up on them. Yep, I remember that whole story. I thought it was fascinating.
Yeah, hold on a second. Kara, I'm going to put the link in the chat here, and you should be able to click on it, and that'll probably get you into the Discord. Let me find the link. I have to copy it out of my thing here.
Boss, everything with that hits true to form with me, because everything in that story would actually be, because I've analyzed it and thought about it, would actually be how it would play out.
Oh yeah, the female is probably mates, But the thing was that they were searching for the female, not the male. They didn't even know about the male. They try clicking that link, Kara, on your iPad, and it should open up your browser and cause a reaction, open up your Discord, etc.
Boss, the other night I was studying in depth the photo stills of Patty and the Patterson Gimlin. You know how there's a lot of those photos up that you can just study.
Yeah.
Like you can enlarge her and really just study her face. Have you ever done that? That's amazing.
Actually, I have. No, I tried to get some of those real extremely high def photos that what the heck's his name? The special effects guy did. He took them right off the second generation film original. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
At one point, he had all of those images up on his website, and I didn't download them because my internet at the time sucked, and I went back to download them because I was going to go over some of them on the show, and he didn't have them on there anymore. He had some almost like a print sheet or something where he had a whole bunch of them on one photo, but they weren't the same resolution. So no, I've never done that. I've looked at the ones what's his face puts up. The guy says, "I thank you for your time" at the end of every one of his videos. What's his name? He does the.
Oh yeah. Hold on a minute. That's yeah.
I can't remember his name. I don't know why. He did the original stabilization and all of that stuff. Yeah, I've looked at some of his stuff. But anyway, what about the? Can everybody hear Brett? By the way, tell me in text if you can hear Brett talking.
Well, it's just I was
MK Davis. That's who it is.
Yeah, MK Davis. That's right. Yeah. Well, boss, I just was thinking. I was studying those photo stills of Patty, some of the facial images, and I got to tell you, man, it's amazing. When you zoom in on some of them facial features, I believe that's real. When you just look at those facial features, the jaw and the lips and everything in there, and I know you know what I'm talking about. It's absolutely fascinating to me. And I've done it many, many times over the years, and I just was doing it again the other night. It blows me away every time I go into it.
Yeah, I've not seen one that was so good that you could make out features other than the ones that they've digitally like interpreted basically. Kara, if you're listening, you need to click on Campfire, and that's where the voice chat is. Because I see you popped into my server. So you've made it that far. Now you have to click on Campfire, and then you'll be able to talk to me and Brett.
Yeah, I'll try to find some of the originals that I got saved in my files. Maybe I'll get them to you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. But it's amazing to me. And I know we've talked, Patty, many, many nights.
Mm-hmm.
But that whole story on Patty's just amazing.
I'll tell you what, I've looked at as best as you can tell anyway. And to me, I think that the interpretation's slightly off because the one I saw, I compare it to the one I saw, and I can actually see the one I saw in Patty's face if I look at the original. But the interpretation, I think it's almost like they added more of a human aspect to it than I think there really was. But supposedly there's more than one type, and mine's a different type than her and all of that stuff, the one I saw. But the one I saw was a little bit more ape-like than Patty. Patty's a little more human-like in the face, but that's according to the interpretation,
Yeah, we've discussed that, the differences like that. Yeah, I believe there are differences, but hey, what's the latest? Is there any latest action or news that you've come up? Anything lately, as of late, that has surfaced?
No, not really. I mean, I did find a picture that was interesting. By the way, Amy said hi, and I haven't told you yet. She just saying it in chat.
Wait, is that Hot Amy from the group?
Yeah, that's who it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Wow, sorry, not in Discord.
I don't know. Teresa's in chat too, and Teresa hasn't popped in either. I don't know if they'll quit my Discord because I was down for so long or what.
Yeah, I've been wanting to chat with Amy. I was gonna message her, but I was talking with I don't know. I mean, I was talking with Darcy the other day, and we got into a really good couple-hour-long conversation. Have you touched base with her?
Hold on a second. I'm doing something. I'm not actually listening to you. I'm trying to change Kara's permissions. All right, Kara, you should be all right now. I changed your permissions. Yep, there she is. All right, what was it you said, Brett?
Oh no, I just I had a really good conversation with Darcy the other day. I've actually been coming back into all this slowly, and I picked up on Darcy the other day, and we had a really good.
By the way, Amy said hi, and I hold on a second. Kara, you need to mute your YouTube because we're getting a loop. That's who it is.
Done.
Okay, there we go. Because you can hear everything anyway because you're in here.
Yeah, it's done.
So you were talking to Darcy and what, Brett?
Oh no, I just I was saying, boss, that slowly I've been coming back into all this. I actually happened to pick up on Darcy the other day. She was in, and we just had ended up going at it. And damn, we must have chatted for a few hours, and it was a really good one. She's got some really good stuff that she's been capturing and taking note of that's happening around her. Have you been talking with her at all lately?
Yeah, she actually called me on the phone and was telling me about, I guess, Bear had been out there and Bigfoot was walked by his truck. I mean, there was a bunch of stuff, and there was some tree structures. She put pictures. She sent me pictures of and that kind of thing. Yeah, she's got a lot going on out there, and I told her that I was going to see if it. I wanted to look her up and see how far away she was, and see if I could go up there myself and see if I could take some photos and get some evidence myself.
Some of that stuff's pretty compelling. I got to tell you, and she's definitely got action. She's got a clan. She's got a family clan near her that's living near her. And I tell you, we always talked about putting that group together. That would be that might be a good place to put that together.
What group? What now?
Yeah, we had always talked about getting together and everybody getting together for a few days.
Doing an expedition as a group.
Type thing. With all the action and everything she's got going on around her, I'm convinced that she's got a family. She's got a Squatch family set plan that's near her, and that would be a good place to maybe do that.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Teresa, just click the one that's in chat. It's the same invite for everybody. Yeah. Anyway, Brett, hold on just a second, because Kara was going to tell me a story about something that stalked her through the woods, and I wanted to hear what happened there.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Let's hear that. Go with it, Kara.
Yeah, it was
By the way, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, yeah, nice to meet you too. It was pretty freaky. I went over to see my sister in Alberta in Canada, and we took the dog out for a walk. Late afternoon, it was autumn, loads of leaves on the floor. All went in the car. There was about 6 of us went. And it was just a quiet afternoon. There were a few cars around in the car park and just walking through the woods. And there was a path that's quite small. It goes down by a small little river. So you're kind of in single file as you're going along. I'm at the back with the dog. And we're just walking along. People are chatting as you're going along. And you kind of get further and further apart as you're going, because you're stopping and looking, and it's a place I've not been before, so I'm looking around and taking photos. And there was just a really odd feel to the place. And I'm looking around and it just didn't feel right. And when I looked up, everyone had gone. They just weren't there. And it totally freaks me out. There was no way they could have just suddenly taken another path, or because the path was just so thin, and there's one side is trees and one side is this small creek which is down in a little ditch, so there's nowhere for them to go. They just gone. It was just the most bizarre thing. The dog started whining and she's trying to hide behind my legs. And I'm thinking there's something not right here. I just don't know what it was. And I couldn't figure out why I couldn't hear the rest of the group. And I'm thinking, well, they must have just gone behind the trees round the corner a bit and I just couldn't see them. So I'm walking really slowly, trying to catch them up, thinking it'll be all right. You're not lost. It's okay. Just don't panic. But the feeling I had was that something was not behind me, but beside me, walking along with me. And I couldn't get that feeling away. It felt so close, literally just 2 or 3 steps beside me. And there was no way to get away from it because it's such a small path. There's nowhere for you to go. It got to a point where the path split into 2 because it goes round probably about 5 or 6 trees, slim trees that are coming up. And I'm thinking, right, I have to choose which way I'm going to go here. I either have to go to the left or I have to go to the right. And I looked down the right and it just felt so wrong. There was something just said to me, just don't go any further. And I stood there for about 5 minutes thinking, this is bad. There is something so incredibly wrong here. And I thought about taking the left path, and I'm looking at the sky thinking, it's going to be dark in about 20 minutes. I'm going to be stuffed. I didn't know where I was. And I'm thinking the only thing I can do is take the path back the way I've come and hopefully end up back at the car park. Because otherwise I'm lost here in a place I don't know, in a country I don't know, and I'm going to be here all night. But it was the way the dog was acting as well. She was really not happy. And she seemed more frightened than I was. She was picking up on something and almost trying to hide in between my legs. And I just kept her really tight to me. And we just walked. I just walked as fast as I could, but without running, thinking just stay calm and just go back the way you've come and just try and get back to the car. And I don't know how long we walked for. It was probably maybe an hour and a half. But it was just the weirdest feeling. I just felt like something was breathing over my shoulder the whole time, and it just did not want me there. And I don't know how can people that you're walking with just be there 1 second and be vanished the next? I don't get that. I did not get that at all.
Did you ever
But
see those people again?
Yeah, this is the weird thing. When we got back to the car park, they were there, and they'd been looking for me for 5 hours.
Yeah.
What the hell had happened?
Yeah,
They,
that's really something. I got to tell you, those narrow trails, the ones that are really tight, like you're describing,
yeah,
I've been on them. I've been
yeah,
on them, and I just got to tell you, they are really sketchy.
yeah. Something happened along that path, because they said they were walking. Someone turned around to speak to me, and I was gone. But we were no more than 2 or 3 feet away from each other. So
So,
how the hell did that happen?
so,
It just doesn't make sense.
so you said that you saw something. Did you see
Yeah.
something?
It was weird looking down when I was looking at between the two paths, trying to decide which way to go down. Oh, have I lost you? I thought I'd lost you then. There was something down that right path, and I couldn't see what it was, but it was kind of like it's really hard to explain it. You know, in the summer when you kind of when the road is really hot, and you kind of get that real hazy kind of ripple above the tarmac.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a heat
Yeah,
vapor.
yeah, that kind of thing. It was like that, but a column of it standing tall above the path. But this is autumn time. It was cold. And this is in Canada. But it was like a heat ripple of this figure standing in the path, but there was no kind of definition to it. And it wasn't a definition of a Sasquatch. There was no kind of feeling of it. There was no smell of a Sasquatch. And I'm not saying it was a Sasquatch at all, because I really don't think it was. This was something different. I would lay my heart and soul on the line and say this was something else, and I didn't like it. And every bit of me was telling me to run, to not go down there. There was something there, and it was not good. And it scared the hell out of me.
Well, at first to me it sounded like you were being paralleled at first, but then now it sounds totally different. And them paralleling you, and Rick will confirm this. That's a natural behavior. They do that.
Yeah, it's usually to the side and just behind you.
Yeah, it was along the side.
So
But
the shimmer that you saw, was there a shape to it at all?
Yeah, it was kind of long and thin, very long and thin, until Very odd.
So,
Yeah,
but not shaped like a an animal, or it was just like a pole, basically.
Yeah, like a long, tall column.
That's
thanks.
weird.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Kara. Thank you so much. What does that sound
You're
like to you, Rick?
welcome.
I got my thoughts, but I don't want to. I don't know if I want to say it.
No, go ahead. Anything that anyone can throw at this, I'm willing to hear, because I've talked to my sister about it, and we are all sitting there going, "What the hell happened? Where did the rest of that time go?"
Well, let's back it
Because
up a minute. Let's back it up a minute first before
yeah,
we go into any theories or hypotheses. When at the all right, from the moment when you were still with the group, what was it that you said you looked down or something? What was it?
yeah, I was looking down, looking at the creek, looking around at the trees, and taking photos because it was beautiful. The woods were beautiful,
So
and
you
obviously
had stopped and
yeah, I
you were
paused for a
taking
moment.
you were taking a picture of something.
Yeah, I was taking pictures of the trees and the leaves. There's different trees in Canada than we have here. And I just thought it was beautiful. So I'd paused for probably, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 seconds at the most. And by the time I looked up and turned my head round, they'd gone.
So
They had gone. There was no sound, no sight, nothing.
so what were you taking a picture of at that moment? Do you remember?
A tree just on the other side of the creek.
And do you still have that photo? Were you using your phone or a camera or what?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So the photo didn't disappear. Everything that you did during
No.
that time is there.
Yeah.
So you can see a date time stamp on the photo
Oh,
and
yeah.
and see that it was all, there was no like long gap from one photo to the next or nothing like that. But when you turned
photo
around,
that I
everybody was
took-
gone.
Yeah.
And you said that you got lost and it took you, you said an hour and a half or something like that, right?
Probably about an hour and a half easily to get back.
So when you
But
got
then
back to the part where the car was parked, was it
Yeah.
still daylight?
No, it was well dark by that time. It was getting dark when I started on my way back. So by the time I got to the car park, it was dark.
Because I remember you said when you saw the shimmer, it was, you said 20 minutes or something, it was going to be dark, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
when you stopped to take the picture, what time was it then?
I'm not totally sure what time it was. It wasn't dark, but it was evening. The sun was starting to go. You could still see the sun through the trees, but it was quite low through the trees.
So you hadn't been missing for 5 hours because that would depending.
I
You said it was
hadn't.
winter time, right?
Yeah, well, autumn. The leaves had started to fall.
So it was getting dark probably at 8 o'clock or so, somewhere around there, because it gets
Yeah.
dark sooner. So you were just missing for a couple of hours. You said you were walking for an hour and a half after you saw the shimmer. So that's really a lot closer than the 5 hours that they said. I think they were exaggerating. I mean, obviously, you still lost sight of each other and everything. That still happened, but I'm just trying to put a time scale on it, I guess.
Yeah, they said that they'd been looking for me for 5 hours.
Okay, Brett, what's your theory?
Well, no, I just was going to say, you just touched on it basically. If her friends were actually looking for her for 5 hours, if that is actually the case and they're not exaggerating, and in her time frame, she was only gone, hour and a half, 2 hours, but they said that they
Yeah.
were looking for her for 5 hours. What does that, what does that say to you?
Well, she said that they were still together when it was getting dark. It was pretty late in the afternoon. So obviously it doesn't matter whose perspective it was. It couldn't have been 5 hours. I think they were exaggerating because she knows they were still together at that point. But once they were no longer together, it was an hour and a half to 2 hours before she ended up back with them. So, I mean, it might have seemed like 5 hours to them, if they were frantically trying to figure out what happened to her, But were you the last person in the line? Where were you at?
Yeah, I was at the back, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds very much like a David Pilates story, doesn't it?
Because I had the
Yeah,
dog. I
yeah,
didn't want
yeah,
to
it sure
be
does.
yeah, tripping people up with the dogs. So I stayed at the back, and yeah, I wanted to be taking photos and things, so I didn't want to be holding people up.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I've been on them tight, narrow trails, and they are sketchy. In California, as a matter of fact, I was on a few of them, and I got to tell you, if I was with a group of people and I was on that type trail structure, I would never lose the group. I just would never do it.
I didn't think I was going to, and I didn't think that I was going to be in any danger because I had the dog with me. I thought I can see them. I'm only 2 or 3 feet behind them. It didn't occur to me for a second that I was going to be at risk at all. And I just, it was that split second of looking down, taking a photo, looking back up, and they'd gone. And that was just the scariest thing.
And was it the part of the path you were on, was it straight or was it like a little curve? Like you might have looked up and said, oh, they went around the bend, and then you went around the bend and they weren't there?
For the most part, it was straight. Probably about 20 yards up, it started to curve off to the right. But not for, it was, most of it was straight, and then it went up the hill slightly and off to the right, but then straightened up again further up.
So let's assume you stopped, you're looking at the tree, then you take a picture. So if not that this is what happened, but let's just say if the case was that you actually, it took you longer than a few seconds. Let's say it took you a couple of minutes because you were just not paying attention to time. You know, you were just enjoying the view, but you had stopped and they had kept on walking. And let's say it took a couple of minutes, long enough for them to get around the turn up ahead of you. Is that possible?
They could have done, but would have still seen them. The turn wasn't that sharp that they could have gotten far away enough for me not to have seen them.
Oh, okay.
The path was straight enough that I still would have seen, even where the trees, the path splits into two and you walk round. To me, it's made more sense that because I thought about it and I thought, would they have gone right or would they have gone left? And I looked at the path and I thought, they're going to have taken the left side because it's slightly wider. Why would you take the right path that's closer to the woods but isn't as thick? The path isn't as wide. You'd automatically stay on the side by the little stream because the path is slightly wider there and there's not so many trees. It's more open. So to me, it made more sense that that's the route they would have stuck to. They were already on that side, so you'd carry on.
So let me, this is what I was trying to figure out. So let me tell you what my theory is, and you tell me if it's possible in any way that this could have happened. That regardless, because I don't know what it looked like there, but let's just say that you were stopped long enough for them to get just out of view before you started walking, okay? And let's say you're only a couple of minutes, maybe even 5 minutes behind them. I don't know how long it would have took them, but let's say it's, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. That you had actually just stood there longer than you thought. If they were 10 minutes ahead, if they were just far enough ahead of you to be out of sight, and then you started walking, and then they didn't realize you were missing until they got back to the car, and you said it took you an hour and a half to get to the car. To them, you would have been missing for a long time, when in reality, you might have only been a few minutes behind them at first. But if you took the left and they took the right, and they got back faster than you see what I'm saying? You were actually walking behind them. You just couldn't see them because they were too far ahead.
But that's the other thing that doesn't make sense. If they'd carried on the way they were going, it would have taken them longer to get back to the car than if I turned around and walked back the hour and a half.
Okay.
It's a longer route the way they'd gone round.
Hey, when you lost sight of them, did you try vocalizing?
Yeah, I did. I shouted for them. Yeah.
Yeah, they would have heard you if they were close enough.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, if they didn't realize, if they didn't realize you were gone until they got back to the cars. I mean, that is really something, that they didn't realize that you were gone that whole time.
No, they knew they realized I'd gone, and a couple of them came back looking for me, and they said they didn't see me. But when I stopped where the path split, and I saw that weird kind of, I suppose it is like a miragey thing on the path, something just, the sense of danger and the sense of doom that I had, everything in me just stopped. And something just said, go. Something just said to me, run. You have to go now.
Well,
And there was no way I was going to carry on going forward.
what is your theory on the shimmer, Brett?
Well, I don't know if I want to go into it here. I mean, we like to keep it about.
I know it's not about Bigfoot, but I had her come on and tell her story, so we can at least finish out the discussion.
What I'm saying is no, we like to keep it like in hypotheses, boss. I know you like to keep it about, and you know that I'm on point with that. I'm all about that. But
no.
Totally.
I don't like to talk about the woo factor when it comes to Bigfoot, because I don't believe that at all. But I do believe in other strangeness in the world.
Yeah.
So that's what this is. I actually thought that she was going to tell her story, and I was going to, that's a Bigfoot. It's just blah blah blah, whatever. But she's throwing a curveball at me. But this is obviously not a Bigfoot. But I do have a theory. But I want to hear what your theory is.
Well, you know what, and this is just me. I mean, I think she was about to be abducted. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. I mean,
like space aliens.
You make it sound.
I know. I was being a jerk about it, but you mean an alien abduction?
I mean, with the heat shimmer and all. I mean, it's just, the beginning of the story. Honestly, it sounded like she was being parallel. That's what it sounded like to me.
That's what it felt like. It had a kind of iridescence to it, and I've not seen anything like it before.
Well, I've heard that very description before.
Really?
Yeah. What Brett? She's missing all the other factors as far as an alien abduction. I do believe that there are aliens, whether they visited or not. I'm on the fence about, because I've never seen it myself, but I do believe in them. As far as abductions, some of the stories I hear just sound completely, bonkers. So, but some of them sound realistic. So I think it's just like Bigfoot. I think some of them may be telling the truth, but the majority of them are probably just out of their mind. Okay, but as far as the shimmer, that to me, I've heard that before, and that sounds like, and I know I'm going to just completely trash my reputation by talking about this, but it's not a Bigfoot thing. Bigfoot and this other stuff is completely separate as far as I'm concerned. That sounds like a jinn. Have you ever heard of it? Have you ever heard of a jinn?
Yes.
I've heard people mention it, but I don't know anything about it.
Jinn are supposed. So, go ahead, Brett.
No, yeah, Rick, you're right on point there. It could be a jinn. I've studied a lot of programs on jinns, but you know what got me going down. My theory is that the time lapse. That's what got me thinking that was the time lapse.
Yeah, the loss of time. I thought that at first too, but she didn't see anything. You didn't have any weird physical issues, right? Like you felt like my butt hurts for some reason. I can't figure that out. Nothing like that, So,
nothing like that.
Go ahead, Bert.
It was just the time thing and the being stalked, and I mean, you hear people. I mean, I did think about the Sasquatch thing, but there was no smell, there was no growling, there was no sound, nothing. It was silent, absolute silence. And that was the weirdest thing. But knowing that this thing was there, I could feel it. I could feel it right next to me. And that was just terrifying.
Yeah, Rick, the jinn theory is plausible. And I've studied them. but it's been a while. I forget what would cause a jinn to manifest itself.
Well, they're supposedly these super powerful beings that existed long before we did, and blah blah blah. I mean, I don't know. It's just I have heard. I can't even think of what. I think it was a documentary I saw about it, and the documentary couched it in terms that were more scientifically oriented, if that's the best way to put it. Like they talked about the science behind how these could be real. And when I watched the documentary, I was like, well, I mean, if you believe in alternate dimensions, which scientists evidently do, and quantum physics, quantum theory, and all that stuff, it's kind of possible, you know? So, and that's how they manifest themselves, is in like shimmering spaces that they don't actually look like. You're not seeing them unless they allow you to see them, but you will notice them as just shimmers. That's one of the things that they talked about. So, but usually they're up to no good if you're seeing them. So,
yeah, but what I was saying is, was it something? Was it the situation she was in that you think might have caused it to manifest itself there? I mean, what do you think caused it to attach itself to her?
well, I've never even thought about it until hearing her story, but heck, maybe that's part of Polites' thing. Maybe jinn are real, and jinn are actually the ones that are stealing some of these people out of the national parks, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it could
Maybe
be,
we
but you're
just all
spot.
walked into it. I don't know.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, you're right, Rick. I mean, she may have been going into a Polites situation.
Well, her circumstances match exactly what Polites say is the commonality between all of the disappearances. The person in the back, who you take your eyes off of them for a moment and they're gone, and blah blah blah. You know, and it might be that she. Ooh, what the hell was that? Was that you, Amy?
Yeah, I just had a point I wanted to make when you got.
Go ahead.
Oh, it just reminded me the shimmery stuff like off a road. There was an account in one of David Politis' books of a woman hunter that was in a tree and saw something like that. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that she lost time.
Really? That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And here's the other thing. I don't know if you saw my show where actually I had to break it up and put it on 2 different platforms, but I watched this it's what Finding Bigfoot should have been, if you ask me, but Expedition Bigfoot. And I think it's Expedition Bigfoot. Expedition Bigfoot. And they actually saw the orbs in the trees and stuff. And I was always like, come on, that's a bunch of crap. Orbs in the trees, you know. And then I saw some footage that what's-his-face from Sasquatch Chronicles, him and his brother were out there. And they supposedly were trying to film an orb and it didn't show up on their camera. Well, this Expedition Bigfoot, the orbs showed up. They actually caught them on tape. The orbs in the trees, you know. So I'm like, well, maybe they could be a Jeep or some hunter out there or something, but they're saying it was in the top of the trees, you know, not down at ground level. And so you talk about, so I can't dismiss orbs anymore, really. And the shimmer thing, because of what I said about seeing something that kind of made it seem scientifically possible that these jinn are in some way, shape, or form, somehow, they could be a real entity, I guess. So, and that's what it sounds like she's saying. Well, it could be that the orbs and the jinn are related. You know, that both of those happenings. I keep forgetting the word, that not happenings, but both of those things could be related, and it's not really Bigfoot. But it's jinn, you know. And then obviously, if UFO things happen. You know, it could be. And then some people talk about how Bigfoots, they've seen them get picked up by UFOs. And so they think, oh, that means that they're aliens. Well, my answer to that is, well, if they're going to pick up cows, why wouldn't they pick up Bigfoot too?
See, that's what I've thought as well. If they're coming down and they're looking at different species on the planet, why would they not look at Sasquatch and say, well, what the hell's that as well?
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. Hold on, I'll be right.
most definitely.
Keep talking. I have to close my window that's
most
about to
definitely.
storm.
Yeah, good deal. I just want to say something. Sweet Amy. Feels so good to hear your voice.
Oh my Lord. you're so funny.
Hey, I asked Rick what if that was Hot Amy, but I see you changed your call name.
Yeah, I had to get a new phone, and when the new phone came in the mail, everything had been deleted, and I had to start all over. So that's what I ended up with.
Oh my goodness. So how's everything up there in Idaho, upstate Idaho? How's the winter?
How's the what?
How's y'all's winter been up there? You guys have a bad winter? Heavy?
No, it wasn't much. It rained more than anything. We're all locked down now, so we're just sitting.
Yeah. Have you been getting your visitors to the yard, your moose friends?
No, I didn't have anybody this year.
So Cara, back to your
Yes,
story.
sir.
What was the conversation with the people you were out there? What was there any theories thrown around about what happened? Do they just think you're nuts? Well, they can't think you're nuts because they looked for you and they couldn't find you.
Well, my sister doesn't think I'm nuts. She knows something happened. We don't really have an explanation, to be quite honest. Some people were saying, or maybe it was a time slip, or I don't know.
A time slip.
Know. Yeah.
So who was it? When they said that they went back looking for you, did they go back to where you were taking the picture? They went all the way back there?
Apparently a couple of the guys came back looking, and the others carried on ahead and said that there was just nothing there. But I mean, I must have been there for a good few minutes before I actually decided to turn around and leave, because I was terrified. I couldn't move my feet for quite a few minutes. I was standing there thinking, what the hell do I do?
So you said that you turned around and went back the way you came on the trail?
Yeah.
Did they go far enough that they should have caught up to you?
I would have thought so. I mean, that doesn't really make sense, because I don't think they'd actually gone that far. They weren't that far in front of me. They said they hadn't gone that far before they realised that me and the dog weren't there. So it doesn't make sense that I don't know. It just seemed like the path it's like someone had put a mirror in front of the path and just completely, there were two different directions, but it was still one path. It was just bizarre. I can't even wrap my head around it. I can't see how they could have gone just 20 yards, 30 yards further and just not be there.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense that I shouted and they didn't hear me. But once, I saw the path split and I saw that shimmering thing, I did not shout at all. I was so scared. I don't think I made a sound after that. Even the dog was she was whimpering, but she stopped, and she just stopped dead. And it was, the pair of us were just almost frozen.
Well, I got to tell you, Rick, Kara, I think the shimmering effect, whatever that was you saw, definitely was connected to the events. And whatever that was, whatever that was. And then Rick brought up a good question. When they realized that you weren't there and the two guys turned around and went back to look for you.
But they never mentioned seeing anything shimmering or any weirdness or anything at all. Nothing.
Hold on, it's storming like mad. I have to close a window over here. I'll be right back. You keep talking after my thing because I'm going to switch it to Gone for Coffee, and it's going to do my little commercial for a second. So hold on a second. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.
Chatting with Darcy, she's got some good action going on there. What do you think about all that?
I think it's pretty compelling. I did want to ask Cara a question, though, if I could.
Of course you can. Of course you can.
When you, when you, after you took the picture and you were standing there and you got that terrible feeling and you decided you had to walk, you had to get out of there, did your legs feel heavy? Was it hard for you to get going as far as walking, or feel like slow motion or anything?
Yeah, they felt like jelly. It was not heavy as such, but just like jelly.
Amy, that's a great question. What do you think about that?
Well, the reason I asked that is I had an experience when I was a little kid, 7 years old or so. And we lived out in the country, and I would go play up and down the creek all day. And I never saw anything, but one day, this was every day's occurrence, left and was gone all day long by myself out playing up and down the creek. And I was sitting in the creek, playing in the water and building with sand or whatever kids do, And I just suddenly had this feeling of terror come over me, and I wasn't afraid of anything, just terror. And I knew I had to leave. And I tried to get up and I couldn't move. And then I finally was able to stand up and start walking away. I couldn't run. I could barely move my legs. They just felt heavy. And I don't remember getting home. So that kind of reminded me of that. That's why I asked you that.
Yeah. No, at first it was kind of just, I couldn't move from the spot. For a good few minutes, I was just absolutely stunned. And then I think the fear just overtook, and I thought, I've got to move, I've got to go, and I've got to go now. And something in my head just said, go.
Kara, was that a true wilderness area where you were at?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've not been to Canada before, and I'd not been to those woods before, so I didn't know. But it's to me it looked like a trail park. There were other cars there. It was a Sunday afternoon. There were other people that had taken their dogs and kids out for a walk, but I didn't see anyone else on that trail. No one. Not going either way.
Hey, folks. Let me interrupt for a second. Evidently, there's a tornado close to my house.
Oh my
So
gosh.
if I suddenly disappear and the stream shuts down, it's because I didn't have time to say goodbye. I had to do something real quick.
Have you got
We're gonna continue on. No, we don't have one.
Oh
But
my
we're gonna
life.
continue. Well, there's nothing I can do but hope it goes around us. So,
Yeah.
but just letting you know, I might have to suddenly sign off or something if I have to go try to hide in the bathroom or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I seen all that severe weather when I was watching the Weather Channel right over there where you're at.
Yeah, I didn't know until I went to close the window, and my sister told me, "Yeah, there's a tornado warning." I said, "Watch your warning." She said, "Warning." So.
Yeah, I can see all the lightning out your window.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy out there.
It is.
Hey, Rick, I asked her if that was a true wilderness area where she was at, where all these events took place. And I just, for something like that to happen in a true wilderness area, I mean, if that was a djinn, what was a djinn doing out there in a wilderness? But, maybe that is maybe that is connected to what the Pilates, what's going on there. But do you think the fact that she was taking photos might have triggered something?
I mean, I'd have to go into a whole lot of speculation, but I mean, why not? If she's Because that's the thing about these. If jinn are real, I mean, they're very. What's the word? They're very not so much evil, but they're very angry. They hate humans. So yeah, who knows what motivates them if they exist? You know. I should look into that because I haven't thought about them in years, and this is a very interesting because that's what it sounded like. As soon as she started talking about the shimmering column that has no form, no shape to it, that made me think of a jinn.
Yeah,
I've
you
never
know,
heard of that at all. It's interesting.
yeah, I haven't studied them in a while either, but I can remember back every time I did, the subject was absolutely fascinating to me. For whatever reason, it's just one of those subjects that just drew me in. Kind of like Sasquatch, maybe not as much, but I guess
Well,
you know it's if she was in the middle of nowhere in a wilderness area in Canada, for something like that to happen, something had to trigger it.
well, look at all the people that have mysteriously gone missing. It doesn't seem to be a trigger to any of it, but it happened. You know. Because if there was a trigger, I think people would say, well, it could have been that they were doing this stupid thing, you know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know, you're right. You're absolutely right. It might have not have been anything she was doing at all. You know, maybe that entity or whatever has attached itself to that area. You know what would be interesting to find out and study? If in that particular area where you were at, Kara, maybe try to do
Yeah.
some research to see if anything else has happened to anybody else, you know, in that area over the years.
Or even maybe something native, not, I don't know if they call them Native American in Canada, but, you know, native people who were there before the
Yes.
Canadians. Maybe there was some kind of, like you were on what was originally a spiritual ground or something like that. Because there's supposed to be a connection between jinn and those kinds of, like a spiritual belief by
Yeah.
some of the natives and that kind of thing.
I'll ask my sister. I know there's been a lot of Sasquatch reported sightings around that area, but I don't know about the Native American. You know, do they call it towns or residences there? I don't know where they are.
What, the native?
Well-
Oh, you mean the reservation? Is that what you mean?
Reservations, yeah.
I think they do call them reservations because they cross the country border. I'm pretty sure. I think the reservations they just are where they are. You know.
Yeah, exactly. But
Right.
I gotta tell you, you know, of course, Alberta. I mean, that area where you were at, was it heavily mountainous?
No, I've got it on my phone actually. I can't look at it. It was by one of the lakes there, and I can't remember the name of it, but I've got the photo of it on my phone.
You can post it in the chat, the text
Yeah.
chat, if you want.
Yeah, for sure.
What part of Alberta was?
My sister's in the main part of Alberta in the town. She's yeah, right in the middle of the town there. So we just wanted to go up into the hills and the woods for the day and take because I'd not been up there and I wanted to go out into the countryside and see the woods and just get out of town for a while. It was just lovely. Well, it was going to be lovely. It was going to be really nice.
My oldest son lives in Alberta, but it's just a small little town called Pincher Creek. So you probably never heard of.
No, I haven't. No. I'd go back again. I'd definitely go back again. It's beautiful. But I don't know how I feel about walking in the woods again.
I don't blame you.
Well, don't let that keep you. Don't let that, you know, enjoy nature. But, you know,
Yeah.
as everyone in here will concur, Alberta is rich, very,
It's
very rich in
beautiful.
Sasquatch activity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
no, it's very,
I live
very
in the
rich.
woods here. I live in the woods here. I live in a tiny little house in the middle of the woods here, and it doesn't bother me. And the people have reported that there'd been, is it Deborah Hatswell has reported that there's been Sasquatch is reported in in my woods, just at the bottom of my garden. So, you know, it's never bothered me, but I wouldn't want to go back to where I was before. No, thank you.
Did you just say that there have been Sasquatches seen by your house where you are in in England?
Yeah, Deborah Hatswell, who runs the British Bigfoot Foundation here, she's got a map of all the UK sightings and where all the howls have been listed on all the map, and some of them are right at the bottom of my garden because that's where my garden backs onto all the woods. So yeah, it's been quite interesting. Some of the recordings I've got on my phone when I've been out in the garden in the summer, some of the sounds we hear are quite strange.
Oh, so you have some vocalizations recorded?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like to hear some of those.
Yeah, I shall send them to you.
Sure.
Hey, Kara, have you compared the vocalizations that you have to some of the vocalizations that have been recorded here in North America?
Well, that's what got me thinking, because I listened to some of the other ones and they're so similar. And I sat in the night with my son and we just recorded a few, and we were looking at each other going, no way, that can't be the same. And he put it on his stereo. He's a bit of an Apple genius, and they're the same. And I just couldn't believe it. I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, send them to me. I'll put them through my audio program and analyze them, clean them up, and that.
That would be so cool. That would be really good.
Sure. But you've never seen anything over there, so you had to go all the way to Canada to have something scary happen. And in England, you just hear voices.
I know.
Yeah, that's really
typical,
fun.
isn't it? I know. I do look across the woods at night, and I've got a telescope, and I can see right across to the tree line across, and I do quite often look across and think, come on, just show me one walking across the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Don't stop doing that. Keep doing that, because you never know when you're going to get there.
It's quite cool. I think that probably wouldn't be as scary as the walk in the woods in Canada. I don't think that was terrifying.
So that's terrifying, but walking in your garden 20 yards from Bigfoot doesn't scare you.
No, I don't think it does, actually.
Well, I mean,
I don't know why.
At least they're leaving you alone. They're not slapping the side of your house like they are for Darcy up in, North Carolina? Yeah. She's one of my listeners, too.
Things thrown into the garden, but it's usually crab apples and stuff like that, and eggs, birds' eggs. So, but that
birds' eggs?
Me. Yeah, birds' eggs.
Like when you're there, they throwing them in the garden like to get your attention, or you just find them there?
I just find them there. Yeah. Oh God! And the strangest thing was a fish, an enormous fish on my patio, and there's no ponds or anything.
Oh my goodness!
Around here.
That's a gifting situation there.
And I'm looking at the sky, going, "Where the heck did this come from?" It was the size of a washing up bowl.
I don't know what that is. We're American.
Oh.
Hey, Kara, we need more reports from England, man. Keep on.
So
it was still alive as well.
So it was about, look in your camera, it was about this big?
I put it in my sink. That's how big it was, and it couldn't quite turn around in the sink.
So it was like the tail would go up the side of the sink? It was that big?
Yeah, in the kitchen sink.
That's a good sized fish.
Yeah, it was massive.
Amy, what do you think about that?
Well, I think Rick's right. I think it's a gifting situation, but that was awesome that it was fresh. I would have eaten.
Yeah, did you fillet them up?
So
No.
So Kara, where you're at, are you in so you're in a heavily wooded forest area where you live?
Yes, yeah. Right up on the downs, on the South Downs
Oh my goodness.
in Sussex, yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful area.
Man, we got a whole new subject and territory to discuss here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should send me a Google map of where your location is so I can research the area or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I can send you the map that Deborah Hatswell has done as well. I can show you the spot right on the map behind my house that she's
Sure.
flagged. And you can hear the recording that she's got of the Sasquatch behind my house as well. And then you can compare that one to the two I've got on my phone.
So the big question is, are you gutsy enough to go out there if I look at the map and I say, this is where you're going to find them, go look?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Because let me tell you something, Rick will get you in the right direction.
Yeah, I'll send you
Cool.
right to their living room.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm up for that. Yeah,
Uh,
I'm not going back to that place in Canada though.
Do they sell bear spray over there? Probably
'cause
not.
No, we don't have bears. I mean, I could probably get some on Amazon, I think.
Yeah, get some bear spray because they might not mess with you, but just in case, if you want to be able to at least blind them long enough to run.
You know, Kara, I'm curious. Do you share any of your interests with Sasquatch with any of your neighbors? Have you discussed it? Has there been any activity going on that neighbors have noticed?
I haven't asked them because I don't want them to think I'm completely nuts.
Yeah, that's the usual
Yeah.
stance, right?
The only person I've spoken to about it is Deborah, who runs the British Bigfoot Association here.
So,
Yeah,
Cara, do you have a vegetable garden, or is it just a to be pretty garden like
Both.
flowers and
Both.
both?
I have flowers and vegetables.
I wonder if they've been helping helping themselves to some of your vegetables, so they feel like they need to give you
Probably.
something.
Good night,
I
Teresa.
have a pear tree in the garden as well, which always has masses of pears on, and I always put them out in bags for the neighbours because I can't possibly eat them all. So I just hang them in bags on the fence just for people to take. So maybe they've been helping themselves to the bears as
That would
well.
that would explain the gifting.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Amy, that's very good. Yeah, Amy, thanks for bringing that up. That would explain.
Yeah,
They
I
think
had
that you're
this-
hanging the pears out for them, so they brought you a fish.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Well, if it's if it's a good fish, you say keep them coming. If you're a seafood person, I'm not, but
No, I'm not
Yeah,
particularly.
Kara, it does sound silly, but you know what? That is one of their behaviors. They do that.
Yeah. No,
And
that's fine.
the fact that they do, and actually, it's not just Bigfoot. I mean, there are a lot of animals that will do things like that. Cats do it. They'll bring you a dead mouse because to them that's a treasure. I'm
Yeah.
bringing you this scrumptious mouse and you're just throwing it in the garbage. What's wrong with you? So they're bringing you a fish, probably their favorite fish to eat, and they're leaving it for you.
So they have goodwill toward you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I tell you where to find them and you go looking for them, they might just say, "Hey, have a seat. We got fish we're ready to go here."
Maybe.
Help yourself. Get a little sushi.
Yeah. I wonder sometimes because I do Reiki and I do Reiki on animals and plants, so I'm wondering if they're aware of that at all, which is would be interesting to know.
Oh, I don't know. But I don't know. I just don't know that would be a priority for them.
Yeah.
Unless they can just see. That's what I said. Was it my last show or the one before that where I said, I got to wonder if Bigfoot don't have a similar, or even more so, a more sensitive to like paranormal and, you know, what we call it paranormal, but like spiritual world and that kind of thing than we do, you know. So they might sense the spiritual intention and stuff when you're doing the Reiki.
Yeah. You're getting some amazing lightning out of your window, Rick. You know that, don't you?
Well, you're actually seeing the fan blades going across my window, I think. Are you still seeing it now?
No, I'm still seeing
then maybe it was lightning. I wasn't looking. It might have been lightning because there was lightning a little bit ago. I think the tornado has gone by, so it's not as nasty as it was.
Oh, thank God. That's all right then.
Yeah, so send me your map and that, and I'll see if I can. If there's any obvious place for them to be hanging out or something near your house, you can go out there and do a little investigation. You know, you can be my legs.
So cool. Okay. Shall I send it to your email address that you've got on the description below your...
Yeah, it's SasquatchHypotheses@gmail.com.
Okay. I shall
There,
send
I'll put it on the screen too, just in case. I think it's the same one, but where are we at here? Am I in? Where the heck is my oh, I don't have it on here anymore, but that's what it is, SasquatchHypotheses@gmail.com.
Okay.
Evidently, because I've redid my streaming software, and I must have deleted my email off of there for some reason.
Okay.
So I used to have it on the screen.
This turned out to be a great chat tonight.
Yeah. Hopefully, let's see if anyone's still hanging out and watching. Yeah, we still have 14 people. Still 14 people watching the show. So, but you know, I have a captive audience. They're all in quarantine.
We are.
So they can't be out dancing and carrying on. Although it is 3, the bars are closed now in the U.S. anyway. Yeah, thanks for the story, Car. Send me the audio and the map stuff, and I'll
for sure.
We'll do another show, and that you get your Discord running. So if there's anything I discover and need to talk to you about, we can get you in here to talk about it.
Brilliant, no problem. Thank you. I'm going to hit the hay because it's really early in the morning here.
What time is it?
Stay safe. It's now 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's only 3 here.
It's only 1 here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're lucky.
All right, then. Well, we'll talk to you later. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you, folks. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right, well.
Great chat. I mean, you know, Rick, I'd be real pressed to just study the history, you know, where she had what happened in Alberta, just the history of that area.
Yeah, I want to look into that gin stuff again. It's been a long time since I've seen that, so it's like I got to brush the cobwebs out. And it's just that shimmering column that was definitely a big flag for me as far as that gin stuff, the gin phenomenon, if you want to see. The thing about the whole gin thing is that gins have been, just like Bigfoot, they've been written about in history going back thousands of years. Just like Bigfoot.
I don't know anything about them. I'd have to start from the very bottom and research.
Well, I know that I've done a lot of research on the gins in the past, and like Rick, it's been a while, but there's a lot on Coast to Coast that you can find with like Art Bell and George Norrie.
Yeah.
Over the years, they've had, oh my God, they've had a lot of programs on gins.
I know Brenton Sawn used to have some stuff come up on them, and I never watched.
Yeah, I've that's one of the few woo-woo things, if you want to put it that way, that I don't completely dismiss just because of that one documentary I saw. It just had a very scientific perspective on the entire existence of gins and stuff. So, and it explains a lot of things in history. So I'll have to look into it and see, brush up on that, because that would also explain a lot of the woo-woo that people are associating with Bigfoot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, boss? You might be onto something there.
Yeah. Assuming they're real. I mean, I've never seen one myself, but people are seeing something, right?
So they're supposed to have that long nose thing like an elephant trunk or something, right?
What now?
No, no.
That's not.
I know what you're thinking of.
That's
That-
not them.
No, that's in the representation of an Indian god, I think is what you're talking about.
I could have sworn Son had something like that posted on his channel when he would write about, or he would have a show on that, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
If I remember correctly, jinn are considered, they were demigods. So some of the things like that are associated to, like, I think that they were part of the original, like the Greek gods and that were actually jinn.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Think going all the way back to Sumerian times. Jinns evidently were very common back then to be just walking around amongst us and stuff, I guess, back in Sumerian times. And now, this is according to the story. I'm not saying I believe in this stuff. I'm saying this is, but I'm not going to completely dismiss it just because there was so much, it was very compelling, the documentary I saw. Now, Joseph puts in here that jinns are mystical and Bigfoots are cryptids. Yep, yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think Bigfoots have anything to do with woo-woo and all of that, other than maybe having a sensitivity to spiritual things like humans do. Because obviously, if I believe that they're an offshoot of humans or a parallel human race, then they're going to have similar things to humans, right?
Yeah, that is a good what he brought up. That is mystical.
No, that's in the representation of an Indian god, I think is what. All right, you need to mute your YouTube. Who is that? Is that somebody pop in here? Or let me see. I don't have my
Kara's light came on.
yeah. It wasn't Mona because she's muted. I didn't have it up, so I didn't know somebody else popped in. Maybe it was Kara. Yeah.
Yeah. So is Mona Ramona? She said she was shot.
Oh yeah, I guess that could be right. She's got it. She's probably muted for that 6 minutes or whatever. Let me change her role so she can talk if she wants to.
Do you hear it when I'm on?
Do I hear what?
That background YouTube.
No, well, you've muted your YouTube, right?
Yeah. I thought maybe it was me, but it's not. I heard it real quick too when Kara popped in.
Brett, are you still in Florida?
Oh my goodness.
Brett, can you hear me?
Brett, can you hear us? I heard him say, "Oh my goodness," like something happened. So I don't know what's going on.
Me either.
Shoot, I don't know which. Someone just popped out. Who left? Oh, Kara did. I can't remember which role I'm supposed to give everybody. I guess she'll just have to time out. Unless she's just muted her microphone and she don't want to talk yet. I don't know. What? You hear something? Why are you staring at the window? Yeah, Sadie's hearing something.
Probably that tornado.
Yeah, maybe the coyotes are going crazy or something. Yeah, I agree, Joseph. That's what I was saying in my other show, is that I used to dismiss it, but after watching Expedition Bigfoot, and there was some weird spiritual type stuff that happened with and there was a graveyard involved, a children's graveyard and that kind of thing, and it suddenly hit me that, well, if we have a sensitivity to spiritual things, why couldn't Bigfoot, since they are a parallel human race, and since they are living in nature, they probably are more sensitive to it than we are. So that's my new perspective on the situation. I don't think they what do you call it, cloak themselves like Predator and go into different dimensions and stuff, but I do think that there may be, because if they have a heightened spiritual sensitivity, they might be around when there's something supernatural going on because they're intrigued and they're more sensitive to it than we are, such as orbs, jinn, if jinn are real, and that kind of thing. That might attract them in because they sense it more than we do. Or, if you believe that the ghosts can walk the earth, maybe they can see them, or they're more sensitive to them than we are because of their closer connection to nature and that.
Well, dogs do.
Yeah. Yeah, my sister said my dog avoids where my printer is set up. Sometimes she walks right by it like nothing's going on. Sometimes she'll sit there on the other side of it and whine until I walk over there, and then she'll like run past it. And my sister says she thinks that a ghost is standing there sometimes.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know. All I know is that does happen. Sometimes she's fine. Like she's been fine for a week, and then just earlier today, or last night, she did it again. She stopped and didn't want to walk past that printer. And I thought it was my sister's cat, like grabbing her feet as she went by, like hiding. But she did it once, and the cat wasn't even there. So.
Has anybody ever died in that house or anything odd happened there?
I don't know. I don't think my father would know either. He's owned this house for 20 years, so it wasn't that old when he bought it. Maybe 10 years at most. Shoot, here comes the wind again. Here comes the wind again, so I don't know. Get some more weather.
Well, it's not quiet, so usually before a tornado hits, it gets really quiet. And then wham, it's all over.
Yeah. We had one come close. Last year, I think it was. Was it last year? And there was one that actually the neighbor took out his trees, and the branches from the trees went through his roof and stuff. That was while I was in Louisiana.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go back over and read the comments.
Yeah, I'm looking at them now. Yeah, Joseph, I don't think the printer's turned off, so it's not that. All right, well, it's after 3 a.m., people. I'm going to close it out. And I will schedule it. I'll probably do more of these because, quarantine and all that. So I will schedule it. So make sure you hit the bell icon and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Make sure you hit that bell icon and say, I think it's all or whatever, so that you get notified when I do post a scheduled show coming up. Mona was me, but I accidentally logged out trying to mute YouTube. Try the campfire. The voices come in more clear. More clear than... Oh yeah, well if it's being fed through, yeah, that's possible. Yeah, good night, Joseph. Alright, I don't know what happened, Brett, but I'm going to get off here. So until next time, Y'all take it easy. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of any future shows. Feel free to leave comments down below, and please smash that thumbs up. It helps the show out.